Get started. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, Tuesday, December 17th. It is 4 p.m. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Those present, myself, Abby, Ray, and Connie, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. This meeting is being audio video recorded. Anything you say or display will be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. And there's no one here to record anything, so I don't have to make that announcement. We're going to go right to commissioner discussion and vote. George isn't recording us. George, would you like to record us this evening? If you'd like to, just please let me know. You're allowed to under state law.
You saying how exciting it is. I would fine.
He likes to go home and watch the YouTube. Okay, commissioner discussion vote 10 New Walsh Street, minimum maintenance, and 5 Candle Street. We're gonna hit these both at the same time. Seated were myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, Val, alternates Connie, Joe, and Carrie. This is last heard November 19th. Motion was made for the owner to come back to address minimum maintenance concerns at this meeting with a letter sent to the owner's representatives. And again, that applies to both 10 New Walsh Street and 5 Candle Street. This is an update. It's being continued to the January 14th meeting. They, had been in contact with the office. They had engaged a structural engineer to provide a report after completing an inspection. That is taking some time, which is to be understood in the way these things work. Nobody, unfortunately, is available the next day. Also their local representative was not available to, they've engaged Mike Wilson and he was not available to be here. They did ask for a continuance. As chair setting up the agenda, I granted that in part because the material aspects of, based on our prior discussions as a group, and also my inspection of the property from the street, the material concerns here are structural and they are not so much weather related. There is a weather related element, but the weather related element has been going on for probably the better part of 30 years. A month delay in their being able to provide a structural engineer's report. So we will have it prior to the meeting in order to review and then discuss seemed reasonable. So that's where we are with those.
That's a take no action, right, Stephen?
Yeah, no action, just an update to let you know, continue to January 14th and the basis for it. Mm-hmm. I did get a few emails and I wanted to put that out for the public so they were aware.
Okay.
Nantucket Health Department, we want to ratify our vote on the move demo of 16 Shimmo Pond Road. Myself, Ray, Abby, Val's not here, and Angus. Can I get a motion to ratify that vote?
So moved.
Let's see, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Angus?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The Nantucket Health Department has a similar request in for the same basic reason for 28 Shimmo Pond Road. And Holly, do you want to just do a quick, anything on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just what the agenda says, this is a circa 1979 non-contributing structure, same situation that's gone on along Shimmo Pond Road with the same request.
Okay. Open for discussion. Does anyone have any comments or concerns? What we would be doing here, we don't have, did I see it in the packet? Do we have a full?
So we have not received it yet, but we have requested it.
Okay, so this would be the same approach where we would vote on the matter in case storm rolls in, And in the meantime, they would be providing the completed application, and we would ratify the vote once we have it, including the COA number. Holly, before we go to that one, do we have the COA number for 16 Sheep Pond?
We do not. We do have an application. The application came in.
I'm sorry, the EnerGov HDC number for that?
We don't have that yet.
Okay.
No.
So
No, but-
we'll add that at a later date.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Is that for a move demo, or is that just an emergency demo?
My understanding it's a move demo. And
They have the option to move it back if they want.
yes. And we can, we obviously as a regulatory authority can, make determinations based on a rational nexus to our mission. Comments, thoughts? It will be those present, so myself, Abby, Ray, Connie, and Angus.
Can I just make one comment?
Yeah, please.
If I'm not mistaken, we do have an application, and it does just call for a demolition. So I don't see any harm in having it approved as a move-off / demo in the event that somebody, miraculously decides they could somehow move it. That's all I have to say.
I agree, and also I'll note that this is, these are dwellings, so they'll be subject to unless waived for some other reason by some other authority, they'll be subject to the notice requirements. So the HCC approval is the first step. Abby, did you want to add?
I'm just curious about the previous one. Did they not do it because they decided to move it back from the water, or?
Can I ask you to hold that and we'll revisit that when we close this one up?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the term move demo, that just, if the next one, which is 28, wanted to move it back and save it.
Yeah, that's the one we're talking about, and Ray is suggesting that it would be subject to a move. And was that in addition?
See, Abby, right now, the application just checked demo. All they have to do is check move off, then they have the option of doing either.
I think
Right.
that's smart.
Yeah, so that's what we're working on now.
I'm in favor of that.
Okay. Ray is Connie.
I'm also in favor.
Angus, do you have any comments or concerns?
And nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, for the same reasons I previously voiced under 16 Sheep Ponds, I'm okay with it. So we get a motion for a move off demo
So moved.
on Ray's motion. Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Now we are on to consents.
Mr. Chair, we do have a hand raised, but I'm not sure what it's for.
Okay.
Paul
Is
Moran.
Paul?
You would need to unmute.
Paul, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Okay, we're gonna move on. Consents, we have 19 Austin Lock, Shelter 7, any recusals?
No.
Just for the sake of simplicity, those present, and Angus, motion please.
Motion to approve.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
consent with conditions, new business, 12/10/24, any recusals? What we'd like to do? It'd be the same board,
I could move to approve the consent with conditions.
okay? On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, now we are on to old business from 12:10. And let's see, it is myself, well, first of all, do we have anyone on this? Or to rep-
Linda?
to represent?
way. That is told.
Okay, so we'll hold this briefly, that's customary. 2 Wannacomet Road,
not see
Stephen?
Stephen here.
Okay, hold that.
Somebody's walking in here.
2 Dukes Road,
That was for America, she's not gonna be here till 5.
5 PM. Boy, we're like a concierge service.
Yeah.
79 Pocomo.
Chip is in the queue.
Chip is in the queue. Chip, you're up.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can.
I just got made into a panelist. Very exciting. So I believe we're looking at the sports court at 79 Pocomo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I determined, I don't know if anybody went and looked, but the site is wide open because of the construction.
Chip,
So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we get this a wonderful shot of you, but no, there we go. Okay, we're all set.
Okay.
We've got it up on the screen.
Yeah. So this, if anybody went, they noticed the site is wide open because of all the construction there. So I decided that we should have a proper landscaping plan put in. And since that's a little outside my expertise, we've engaged Mark Lombardi to assist us in creating a very detailed one. So I think we should just, hold this until we get that additional material submitted.
Yes, actually, I think that's going to be the direction we were going to go in any event. So we appreciate you volunteering that. So get a motion to hold for landscape plan, screening plan. It'll be, the sitting board is myself, Ray, Val is not here, Angus, Carrie is not here, Connie, and Joe. Let's see, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray, and I'm an aye. Okay. Did I do that right?
I'm on this.
Abby's on it. Welch, Poll,
We jumped those. See, I didn't even get through 15 minutes. Okay, so the sitting board, let's redo that as a matter of protocol, is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie. It'll be the same except for Joe. Motion is to hold for additional information, landscape, hardscape. Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus, Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. That moves us to 3 Marcus Way.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chip. Is Katie in the queue? This is going to be up. 16 Walsh Street. Is there anyone in the queue?
Start there.
I've got 3 people in the queue, but none that I can recognize for these applications.
Okay, so what are names maybe? Or can we poll the group to see? Let's see. We have 4 Sleepy Hollow Road here.
Yes.
Good evening. Why don't we take up old business 12/17/2024? And George, which meeting heading and topic are you here for?
Old business 1237 North Pasture.
Before that one,
Oh, okay, so maybe we're gonna,
but we're waiting for you. Yeah.
but we're waiting for Linda. Okay.
Yeah, I can present those.
Oh,
Do you think I should hang around? I've got something a lot later, but I could, if you guys want.
yeah, hang for just a little bit if you would, Chip, if you want to get stuff done.
Yeah, okay,
Kind of
thanks.
sorting out what we're doing. It sounds like we have George here to represent 7 North Pasture Lane. But subject only to you taking the flak on that.
I've got plenty of Battle Scars.
All right.
Sure they won't be.
I mean, you're an authorized representative,
Yes.
so yeah, I mean, you're here. Let's get rolling.
So 7 North Pasture?
So we're gonna start with this one, 12/3, resite garage on site, and then hardscape patio walls. The board is myself, Ray, Val is not here, Angus on the first one, Abby, and Connie. It is the same board except for Abby on the second board. For some reason, I don't know why. George, when you see it up there,
Sure. Okay, so the set of drawings that you have here are a little bit clearer than the original view pack, and I've ballooned, we were in earlier, and so I've ballooned any of the modifications. This is a copy, this is the existing site plan, so we hired Blackwell Engineering to go do a topographic study of the area where the existing cottage is. If you recall, we're proposing to raise the cottage about 6 feet. It currently sits in a swale about elevation 58. The elevation of the driveway that wraps around the house is approximately 65. So we're proposing to pick the cottage up 6 feet, rotate it, I guess what would be counterclockwise, so we can align the primary ridge of the cottage with the primary ridge of the main house, if you will. The next sheet should show the proposed location of the cottage as we turn it. And I know this is a little bit hard to see, but we're effectively moving the cottage further away from North Pasture. It currently sits at approximately 367 feet, and we're moving it to be roughly 424 feet away from North Pasture. We're also moving it away from the property line that you see to the, what would be the, I guess, the southeast. So we're getting a little bit further away from the property line. If we look at photographs of the original cottage, you can see here, and I think the other view packet that you should have looked at shows a series of photographs from North Pasture all the way down. We had ridge poles put up several months ago before we came in the first time to ensure that we couldn't see what the proposal was for raising the cottage from the street. And I think if you look at, what is the existing northeast elevation, and then we sort of walk around, you can see that the landscape tapers off. If you go to the next sheet, Fiona, please. It tapers off quite substantially right off the edge of the cottage. So beyond that picture on the right-hand side there, you can see how much more elevated the house is. And then you can see the swale right in the front there where the existing driveway elevation is. So the goal for the flasters, because there's a fairly steep set of stepping stones down there, it's a little bit treacherous. They'd like to raise it so that they can come more in from the driveway elevation and walk into the cottage. The cottage is having a full basement put underneath it with additional living space. You can see, one more sheet back, please. Go down one, please. And that's the first floor, very minor interior changes to cut a stair in to get to the lower level. And then the next sheet, Fiona, is what the proposed full basement is. It currently sits on a foundation, a crawl space, a dirt crawl space. In order to get out of the basement, the proposal is to have a walkout on what is Plan West here. All the other elevations, the intent is when we regrade and fill the property on the other 3 elevations, it would effectively appear very close to what it does right now. If you scroll down, so this is the front elevation as it is. You can see the existing pergola. Now we've raised this, and this is looking at it, in its new position. The dotted line that you see below is the approximate line of the existing grade. It varies currently. And you can see that, we're looking to fill on this side of the property. Now, this is away from the swale and where we drop all the way down into the scrub area. The only changes on this elevation is we would like to maintain the false chimney there, but they have an old gas fireplace bump out there that we're proposing to remove and just patch that in. There'd really be no other physical elevation changes on the building itself. Next sheet, please. So this is the proposed west, sort of existing northwest elevation as we rotate it. And you can see here again, the dotted line that you see below is approximate location of where the existing grade is and where we're filling it. This is a cross-section looking towards that elevation, and you can see on the plan east side of this, where we're proposing to have a retaining wall and a walkout with a patio. There's a separate hardscape application that's tracking along with this. Again, from an elevation standpoint, the only change that would be made here is that there's a guardrail that we need to put on the existing ground patio that comes out off of a bedroom upstairs. All the other windows and fenestration that you see here, including the false chimney, is existing to remain. Slight grade change as we slope to the back, and then, of course, the grade dives off to get us to the back of the property for the walkout. Next slide, please. This is the existing south elevation, and we have the door and window schedule on there, but as you can see, it's fairly simple with just a bulkhead. Next slide, and this is the proposal where we're welling out with retaining walls and the ground patio. So on the lower level, I think some of the comments with the last review was we had 3 or 4 equally spaced French doors in the back, 2 of them operable. There was a comment that maybe that was a little bit too much glass. We narrowed those fixed lights on the left and the right of those French doors so that they're 10 lights, which mimics several of the several sections and areas in the main house. And then, of course, you just see an additional window there. Go back, please. And then you can see the guardrail. We're just proposing a very simple guardrail as people come from the upper level, walk into their ground patio, and then step off onto grade. The intent is that that would be finished grade on the outside. Next. This is proposed what would be the east elevation. It's, I guess, the existing southeast. Remember, we're rotating the entire cottage about, I would say 50 to 60 degrees counterclockwise. This elevation is essentially unchanged with exception to the grade. Again, the existing cottage is at elevation 58 for a grade. So you can see there that there is a significant amount of, I wouldn't say significant amount of fill, but the intent is to fill that swale. And then using the contours, we're looking to not impede on the drop-off that exists on the site. But again, everything on this elevation, the pergola, the window fenestration is what's there now. So we're just literally rotating it and lifting it.
Okay. Any questions, comments who'd like to begin?
They already had gone through them.
I could try something.
Abby? Oh,
I-
actually, you're not on this one. It's
Okay.
myself, Ray, Angus.
I wasn't
Ryan,
sure.
And Joe.
Okay.
Let me say it differently. Are there any
Yeah.
concerns?
Mr. Chair. hold
Yeah.
on a sec. Okay, what I have down as commissioners for this application are you, me, Val, who's gone, Carrie, who's gone. Oh, you pulling in the alternates, I'm sorry.
Angus and.
Gotcha, okay,
And
sorry
Joe.
about that, yep. I can start.
Please.
All right, well, now that I have a better understanding of the topo change and that you're filling in an area that's sort of depressed, and the net, once you get outside of that edge of lawn area, is that the grade will remain pretty much the same, I think. I'm actually okay with this.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
No.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on Connie's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, we're gonna have the same board on the hardscape patio walls. George, these are just the walls that we've just looked at,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, in the patio. But yes, that's correct.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Joe. On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus, Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, we didn't get one on Angus on that one. Okay, now we're gonna go
Oh,
back.
Sorry, he just unmuted.
Oh, he just
I think he
unmuted.
just unmuted.
Angus?
Yes, I did say aye, but I had a general concern about terracing and plateauing our undulating natural landscape. And, you know, we were all fine with this, but I just have a concern about that in general. That's
Sure,
all.
get it. Thank you. Yep, and certainly visibility and location and all those things come into play, but well understood. Let's see, we're gonna go back in time.
All set? Thank you.
George, thank you.
Merry-
You're all
Merry
set.
Christmas,
Merry
everybody.
Yeah,
Christmas.
thanks, you too.
We're gonna go to the head of the line, which is 44 Skyline. Old business from 1210 agenda.
Who do we have for this
Your
one? It's a new application, Mr.
commissioners
Chairman.
are myself, Ray, Angus, Connie, and Joe.
All right, so it's you, Ray, Angus,
Angus,
Connie, and Joe.
Connie, and Joe.
Okay. So Val and
Val and-
Carrie are gone?
Carry her away.
Okay. Okay. All right. This, there was a problem with the notice. Holly spoke to me. So we refiled, because the other one had already closed. We refiled and renoticed. And in this application, which was completely in your view pack on December 3rd with the correct site plan. But they were so close together between the October one and the new filing that the October one popped up on last week's. So we did have everything filed on November 14th correctly with the proper site plan. So this is what we're doing right now, is approving it because we renoticed, and here's the proper site plan, and you already approved the house to go on there. So that's where we are.
Okay, any other comments, Linda? All right, do we have abutters?
Mr. Chair, I don't see the abutters in the queue, but just to clarify, this would be a revision to the previous approval because the previous approval was approved with an Exhibit A showing
The new
the
site
proper
plan.
site plan.
Yeah.
And it came to be that the butters were not included. So proper.
They were, but they didn't get it in time.
Okay, Linda?
I just want to make sure you know I
In the
did
spirit of
it.
Christmas, I'm going to say very politely, you're speaking out of order.
Well, I just want to make
I'm
clear that
saying
we
you're
did notice
speaking
them, but
out
it
of
was
order.
late.
Please
So
stop.
let's correct
It
the
was
record.
post-approval.
Okay. So.
And so therefore, the butters have been notified, but as far as I'm aware, we don't have any butters in the queue. They were notified.
Now, wait, just because I don't want to, just want to make sure we don't have a repeat. When you say as far as you're aware, have we've,
Oh, yeah.
received the
Yes, they are in the packet.
properly timed and
Yes. Yeah.
sequenced?
They went out
and so on and
November
so forth,
14th.
Submitted?
That is
Okay,
correct,
just for the record,
for the record.
I'd want to make sure we've got it. Okay. Let's see, so this is, the concern at the time was sighting on the lot and dimensions being added.
Yep.
That has been addressed for this particular application. What do we want to do?
Can I just point
Yeah,
something out?
right.
I want to be clear on this. So the more tidy site plan shows the house located sort of closer to Skyline Drive. The old sketchy sketch
Was
that I
north
think
of that.
was under review
Yep.
several months ago has it like way closer to the back property line. But
Yep.
that's no longer applicable,
No.
correct? That's been superseded?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You know, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm fine with the relocated building.
Okay. Abby is not on it. Angus?
I don't have any concerns.
Okay, let's see, Connie?
No concerns.
Joe?
Thank you.
No concerns.
Linda, just on the application, there's some red marks. I'm having problems deciphering.
Red marks. Oh,
There shouldn't be any red marks on it. That was Teddy's plan. It's a
Oh,
survey
there is.
plan. Unless the stamp is at the bottom.
it's a different date.
Oh, it's a date, okay.
9/24 to 10/15.
I was looking at it too far away. Okay, I was just trying to understand what the relevance was. Okay, what would we like to do?
Well, I was good.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Yeah, I just needed to, okay, let's see, so on Connie's motion,
Right.
Aye. Ray, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you.
I didn't get my nap today, so. To Wannacomet. Stephen?
Stephen's here. Everyone's arrived.
Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How's everyone?
I think we're doing well. I don't want to speak for the full commission, but no one's complained.
So this was for review. I don't know if anybody had a chance to go see it. I did go out back out and view it. So there's really not much to say that we didn't say already, so I'm just gonna listen to what you have to say.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. So the commissioners are myself, Ray, Val is not here, Abby, Angus, and Connie is the alternate. Does anyone have a concern?
I do.
Okay, Abby.
I first wanted to clarify, we took the fence off Nantucket Road in the last, when we last looked at it?
No, you asked to view it. It was still on the table.
Okay, it's still on the table, okay.
If we were going to approve it, at the last meeting, we were going to take it off, but then we moved for a view, so we left it on.
Okay. I went there just a couple hours ago. I don't see any fences along Nantucket Road for sure. I do think if it was moved back from Nantucket Road by a substantial amount of footage, like, I don't know, 20, 25 feet, and had the vegetation in front of it, sort of naturally, as Nantucket Road is, it might be okay, but it is extensive, and it goes from Wannacomet all the way to the other end of the property. And as for the fencing on Wannacomet, I feel that, by the way, the design of the house it's very nice, but having a fence in front of it sort of takes away from that, and I haven't seen anything like that on that street. It's sort of an anomaly, so I think it doesn't really go with the streetscape.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, Ray?
I agree with Abby's comments, and Stephen, like, what's the goal in putting that 5-in-1 fence all along the length of Nantucket Road?
He just wanted to enclose the property on the back side from where the pool is for for the dogs and the kids, that's all. He stated that, if you go down the Nantucket Road where those big cypress trees are, those cypress trees were planted to hide the 6-foot tall fence that was there on the road, which, I don't disagree that that fence actually belongs there, honestly. We would have no problem moving the fence back or maybe even pushing it back further and reducing its length. I don't want to see the fence from the road either, honestly. So I don't have a solution for the fence inside at the property. We had originally proposed to the owner to put hedges there instead, rather than a fence. Would be a kind of a softer, kindler way of doing so. So if the board decides that they prefer that, then, I can present that to the owner.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Angus?
I agree with what's been said. The fence along the road just is, it isn't consistent with the rest of the streetscape. And I'm not even sure that planting in a thick manner to hide a fence would be appropriate either. This is far enough out of, Kate Circle and the closer in part of Wannacomet Road where there are hedges and dense vegetation to sort of screen things. This is more sort of rolling landscape and vegetation that's spaced more. So I think it would have to go a ways back or just be a different kind of planting. And I agree with the comments about a fence being on the road side of the house on Wannacomet. It doesn't follow the guidelines and wouldn't look appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie?
Yes, I have really nothing else to add. I agree with what's already been stated.
Thanks. Stephen, is it for privacy or for safety?
I don't really think it's the safety because there on the front of the property, there's an open fence that's a split rail.
Okay, well, you mentioned kids and dogs, so I wasn't certain, because I was gonna say.
Well, it's also too, it's a very wooded, vegetated area that's there now, so, I mean, it's natural growth that's there, natural vegetation, so,
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this was his wish, and,
Okay.
I'll bring it before the board.
Gotcha. So my thoughts are that I agree with primarily how Angus stated it, said a different way. This is the existing rural natural buffer is appropriate versus introducing a Nantucket suburban planning pattern in this area. And the fence along one Maxi that was for a while hidden by the cypress that have outgrown the fence is just so inappropriate. It says everything about what's wrong with that approach. So do you want, in addition to that, I didn't hear anyone else comment, but I have no concerns with the fence at the house area. Unless someone has a issue or there's a majority who have an issue with the fence at the house area, I would ask that we get a motion to approve except for the fence along Nantucket Road.
I had a suggestion for if I might, because you did say that you were for softer vegetation in front of the house. I think it's the pool they're trying to screen there, and if they pulled it back to the pool area and not covered the house, then they could do something softer in front of the house and just have the fence at the pool.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else has concerns with the location of the fence near the house?
I do. I agree with Abby that if this is about screening the pool, pull it all the way to the side of the house and enclose the pool with it. But just a 5-in-1 fence going in front of the house doesn't seem consistent with our guidelines.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, I don't, me too. The fence in front of the house.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Oh, I am in agreement with no fence in front of the house also.
Oh,
If
okay.
the hedges or
May I
something.
just,
Hold on, Steve, I want
Yeah.
to see if Ray has anything to add, and then I want to add a comment.
Okay, if in fact it is about the pool, it doesn't need to be a 5-in-1, and I just feel like the 5-in-1 fence is very heavy-handed. Definitely along Nantucket Road, but also in this other area alongside the house.
Okay, I don't recall you saying it was about, Stephen, about screening the pool, did you?
well, the pool was approved, and it was approved with, your,
Not visible time is, yeah, so this isn't for that.
Doesn't go
I mean, there's vegetation there now, there's
yeah,
a lot of issues you
there is
can't see.
vegetation there now, but I think without some type of screening there, that pool would be visible at the angle through Wannacomet.
Okay, so
Okay, so,
hold
Yep.
on, so the comment, I'm just trying to understand
I gotcha.
what balls are in the air here.
Yeah.
So the comment about if it's for screening the pool, I think are valid. I do want to point out that the fence meets our guidelines for fences. It's 5-in-1, it's behind the front of the house, it's behind halfway the side of the house. There's really nothing inappropriate about that with respect to our guidelines. So I mean, I just want to be clear, with respect to the front entry, this does meet the guidelines. Okay, having said all that, it's still a Tuesday night. You never know what's gonna happen. Anyone?
Well, I don't think that if I made a motion to approve just the one fence by the house, that would carry. So I think the next best thing is to move for revisions of some kind.
may we change the fence with an Exhibit A to a wire and privet?
The big one?
No,
The
the
5-in-1
one
at
at
the
the house.
Yeah. So a motion, Stephen's asking for a motion to change this to a wire fence in privet, the 5-in-1 at the house.
I'm good with that.
I think Ray is about to make that an Exhibit A motion.
Okay, so my motion is that we will approve this with the following conditions. One, that there is no 5-in-1 fence along Nantucket Road. And two, the 5-in-1 fence around the side of the house facing Wannacomet is a wire fence set into privet. That is my motion, and that can be an Exhibit A.
Excellent, thank you. On the motion, Ray.
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
I'll be no.
Abby's a no, I'm a yes. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed, Abby.
Could it just also be noted that the fence was deemed, not acceptable? The wooden fence?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can annotate the Exhibit A. I think in retrospect, I would have denied the fence, and it won't be able to come back for 3 years with a majority, but it is what it is.
Thank you. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
When I say denied the fence, I'm obviously
Yeah, I got you.
referring to the Nantucket Road.
Right.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to 2 Dukes Road. Oh, no, that was 2 Mirka's. Mirka's not here yet, she's here at 5.
Correct.
Okay, so,
He's here for 3 Marcus.
all right, so now we're gonna do 3 Marcus. Hey, Katie.
Do we have enough so I can sit off this one?
Pardon me?
Do we have enough members so I can sit off this one?
Let me look. Yeah,
Okay, I'll sit off this one.
so your board will be me, Ray, Angus, Joe, and Connie. When you're ready.
So pretty straightforward. We have a little bit of driveway revision to start. Nothing that affects the materials or the curb cut. Just reworking it to add a circle and widen the start a little bit because it's gotten really overgrown. And then we just have a pool all the way in the back of the property. There's a lot of existing vegetation.
but I encourage them to also to fence it in. Trying to encourage clients to do that more and more, just because for liability reasons, pools, auto covers do tend to fail at least once a year. So I try to encourage people to do fencing. So there's just I think I did a 5-in-1, but it's, the boards are about 3/4 of an inch apart. And then the 1 foot is balusters. So it makes it look a little bit less like a fortress. And then you just have the 7-foot deer fencing around the rest of the perimeter. Through all that vegetation and back.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
I think that's it, yep.
Who'd like to begin? Concerns, anyone? This
I
is
have no
fine.
concerns.
I'll just start with, I asked for this to be on a view a little while back because I wanted to have everyone check visibility. And there wasn't really any topo information. Didn't appear that maybe that was necessary, but a view would have solved that, which
Okay.
for me it did.
Okay, cool.
Anyone?
I'd motion.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I think that it's going to be screened with the vegetation and it's far back from the street. So I think it's appropriate and I would motion for approval with our visibility caveat or lack of visibility caveat.
And no grade change from prior existing at time of application?
Oh, yes, that too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's flat back there.
Yeah, we wanted to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joe's motion is to approve as submitted, subject to non-visible time inspection or thereafter, and no grade change from prior, just prior existing, grade existing just prior to submission of the application. I knew I could get that out eventually. Let's see, Joe on your motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Hi.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Awesome, thank you. Have a
Now
good holiday, guys.
There's America.
Thank you, you too.
America, are you ready to roll right into this? You want to unpack? Robbie, you ready? So we're on old business at 12-3, 16 Walsh Street, move off demo. Robbie, your board is myself, Ray, Angus, Abby, and Connie.
Great. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good evening.
Okay, so, I was here a month or more ago with this. This is, if you'll recall, this is a corner lot on East Lincoln and Walsh Street that has been subdivided. It's been planning board approved and land court approved, so everything's good to go. And I was tasked with providing a little bit more information. So initially we thought, and the assessor had this date of construction at 1960. However, we have found by looking at the assessor's records and some aerial photographs that the lot was empty in 1969, 1971. The building construction documents show 1972 or 73 on the drawings. Steve Thoreau did a kitchen addition on this building, 1983, something like that. And the assessor's records don't have it coming on, well, it has a land tax assessment around 1973, and then the building was obviously built 73, 74, and we can see that with the increase in the tax schedule, okay? So I went, if you can scroll to sheet number 3, please. That's number 1, keep going. The building is also listed as non-contributing, even with the 1960 historic survey. So these are obviously the exterior. I just walked around and got all 4 elevations as best I could. The 16 Walsh elevation, which is I'm sorry, say in the middle of the bottom row. So that, if we get to the interior photographs, that was, I think, the original front entry. And it's now, well, you can see it got 4 French doors there. Okay, so the entry on the street side is very, the definition of that entry is very poor, very basic, not very well thought out. And as we walk around the building, or just scroll around the building, you can see that the AC condensers are visible from the street. The conduits and so forth have just been added on. You can scroll up a little bit, please. Just a little bit. Oh, I'll go back to 3. Yeah. So the second entry is the one in the top left-hand corner. It's on East Lincoln. It has the outdoor shower there, trash bins. Again, the entry definition, which I think they primarily use now. You can see that entry is cut out from the main mass, which I don't think is too desirable here most of the time. The side, the east elevation, you can see has that sort of awkward balcony, second level deck. Has 3 gliding glass doors. A closer shot from up on the deck, you can see that it's a little bit dated. So if you just scroll to the next one, please. It shows the interior condition. It's very basic 1970s, early 80s construction. Has a circular stair. The main original stair is the one in that middle row far to the right. You can see that it's a very cottagey kind of quick construction. There aren't any really special interior details that would make it anything special. So that's basically the review of the building. Everyone would prefer to find a place to move this. And there might be a possibility that it could move to the newly created Lot 13, which is the 16th Walsh Street address. However, the size of the building doesn't conform for zoning. We'd have to lose about 400 square feet of the footprint, and reworking the building to fit on that particular lot is a task in itself. To rework it, try to figure out what portions of the building might be salvageable to rework, what the group would think as desirable sections of the building that they'd like to see retained. In short, we'd like to get approval to either move off or, in the extreme event, demolish it, make room for the new structure that we're planning on Lot 12, and then something new, if this can't be reconfigured, something new to go to Lot 13.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. Oh, goodness.
Mr. Chair.
Holly?
Thank you. So yes, there is an HTC survey on file as noted. Yes, it says 1960, and yes, it has that lovely note of that was done in the 1980s that says it's non-contributing. I will remind the benefit of the commission as well as the public that at that time in the 1980s, the Nantucket National Historic Landmark designation did not go up to what it has been amended to, which is up to 1975, meaning all structures built from the start of the town of Nantucket in 1659 through 1975 are deemed contributing towards the local and national historic district. So please, when you're looking at these old surveys, notate that for the record. Any new Form Bs that are created will be only for contributing resources. Appreciate, though, the documentation that's been provided. This should be provided with all proposed applications for a demo move. I will notate that it's, at the end tail, if you will, of the contributing time frame of our district, and it clearly has been added on to over time. I believe that having this information is helpful. It's a shame to have this structure be demolished. So hopefully somebody will be able to take at least portions of it, if at all possible. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Do we have any abutters?
I do not see any butters in there.
Okay, is Mickey's group here? Good evening, Mickey.
Hi, thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that group is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. And we really don't have much to add beyond what Holly said. We agree that it should be moved rather than demoed. And we sort of feel there's an opportunity to use the existing structure even in a smaller capacity, reduced capacity, to fit on one of those lots. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to begin? Concerns, anyone?
I can.
Ray?
So, I understand the building, originally dates from 1960, that it's, subject to, it's historic, in quotes. Unlike, say, a ranch house, that's very characteristic of the time that it was built and has a lot of, references to that particular time period. When I look at this, I really don't see an awful lot that's remarkable or of note from a historical standpoint. So, like everyone else, I'm sure, we would like to be able to save portions of this building. It looks like it's compartmentalized such that you could take chunks of it and move them various places. But I don't really have an objection to a move off or a demo of this building.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. It's an odd structure. It doesn't have any resemblance to the one that's in the, what are those files, Holly, that you refer to? Where it has got a salt box on that right-hand side. I don't see that anymore.
Oh, the surveys?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so maybe that's been obliterated.
Through-
But
Through you, Mr. Chair, the surveys that were done in the 89, if there wasn't substantial information, they were done as we call a windshield survey, where literally people were just driving around going, okay. Basically, and that's a form of survey work. Our the survey work that we have been going through with MHC, with our CLG funding, that is a substantial review of properties and the history and deed research and all that. Form Bs are pretty extensive. And you have architectural historians that are doing that work. So that's why we're doing this. That's why we're trying to. And Brant Point was one of the last areas that we're working on. We just didn't, get all of it yet. So Form Bs are the new format. The old HDC surveys, when you review them, if you got questions on them, please reach out, but view them with a grain of salt and do not go by the contributing status. Thank you.
Thanks, Sally. Appreciate the additional information. Abby, anything
so,
else?
well, no, I was just getting started.
Oh, okay. What all are you going to say?
No, well, my point is that, that the house right now doesn't have any of those qualities of the old house, the salt box, the front porch. And I think, in going forward, it would be nice to incorporate the old design into the new design, if possible.
I'm going to put my full faith in the Nantucket Historic District Commission that reviews that application.
I love those guys.
They're
Anything else?
good. No,
Let's see, Angus?
I agree with what Holly and Mickey had said. The division in this lot is after the architecture is already existing, and I feel like that the house, at least the older part of it, should be diminished in size so that it fits within the constraints that we're newly created. And it's, yeah, any house I would rather see worked with and redesigned or reconfigured, but especially one that now, as Holly has pointed out, is contributing. It may not be the look that any one of us would have, opted for, but it is a contributing resource, and I'd rather it not be demolished. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Where does that leave? That leaves Connie?
I'm just, I'm gonna hope for a move off, but I'm okay with the demo. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, what can be said? It's not in of itself historically significant, to the extent it contributes to the character and setting, the fabric of the historic district. I think that's speculative at best, and I would, along Abby's comment, we've got to put our trust and faith in whoever's sitting here to be building something that will be the history for the future and more in keeping with character and setting. So that's going to be your charge, Robbie. Maybe. And obviously prefer a move than a demo. What would we like to do?
I would move to approve move-off demo of this structure.
On your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously.
Awesome. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you,
everybody.
Robbie. Appreciate the
Robbie.
thoroughness of your presentation. Mirka, are you ready for two dukes?
Duke it out.
I'll let the record reflect Ray's off this, recused.
You gotta hit accept.
Holly, do we have butters in there?
I'm not sure. You have to ask. There's
Okay,
quite a
it
few
just,
people now.
there's a bunch of people in here. Okay, Mirka, when you're ready.
We certainly got letters.
And I just want to, I did reach out to abutters and I had a chance to talk to one of the neighbors in meantime, and hopefully, I try to answer all the questions, and I will try to be in a contact with throughout the process to reassure them about any questions they may have as we will. So it should be popping up soon. All right, so let's start. So this was held for view. I will just recap the presentation from last week. The application is for a tennis court, which will be sunken. I will go to the cross section, utilizing the existing grading, making it approximately 5 feet retain with a 3 feet fence on top of it. As I will show in next sheet, we will be fully screening the tennis court with a native vegetation. The part which we will be screening would be the 3 feet of fencing on top of the wall. I will just go to the planting proposal. This is all just native stuff. The combination or mix of viburnum, native viburnum bayberry, some cedars, some American hollies, some hawthorn, some winterberries, just to really make it look as appropriate to the Duke Road. Just the example of the retaining with the fence. It would be the retaining with the shorter fence on top of the wall. Again, it would be correction, it will be 4 feet of exposed fence on top. You can see a little bit in a cross section. As I just remind, we have a big dip in an existing grading, so we are just really try to utilize that and work with the pre-existing grading and just recreate the natural screening from the Duke. And I think that's, I'm here. to
Pretty
answer
much
any
sums it up.
questions.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe Mullenden.
Yes.
So we're good there, a little forethought.
Thank you.
Before we start, does anyone have any questions? Commissioners? Okay, Mirka, I do. On your HDC 3 sheet, cross-section A, where the vehicle is shown on Duke's Road,
Yes?
comparing that to the topo on the sheet above, the topo shows grade set along Duke's at 26 feet. Does it not? 25 feet rather?
Yes, it's,
So bear with me. So the difference in height between the grade at the fence at 30 and at the roadway is 6 feet. So this, unless I'm misunderstanding, this is, you're representing the depth of the tennis court, but relative to the grade at the tennis court on the Duke's Road side, relative to Duke's Road, there is a inconsistency between the cross-section and the topo.
and that's might be correct. The Duke goes up, it slopes up, so approximately where the cross-section is taken, that should be around elevation. I will just quickly try to zoom in, around 25, and that's correct. So 25, it's here, 26, 27, should be at the same as the tennis court itself. So I will just go back to the cross-section. And I guess you're correct, just, we actually are showing it a little bit higher, but in reality, the tennis court and the two Dukes would be pretty much at the same height, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I take it on face value that the grade height at Duke's changes. There isn't a cross-section line, so I wasn't sure where you were referencing from. So I wanted to get clear on that. Okay, I'll bring that up when I talk. Who would like to begin? Any abutters?
They don't have their hands raised.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, we're gonna, if we're accepting comments, they're gonna be new comments, new information. We've received information in both letter form and verbally. So unless someone is adding to the record with brand new information, they can refer back. But since there's no one there and Abby wants to speak, Abby?
Yeah, I could go first. So I just drove by there today, and the first thing I noticed was that there's an incredible amount of manipulation of grade. It looks like you're in Gaza, Egypt. It's got like tremendous amount of grade movement, and so that's the first thing. And then my question would be like, is that going to? Are you going to, so you've got your, what they call it, but the grade, how the grades change on your site plan, is that going to go back to that original?
That's correct. It's a part of the construction. We are doing geothermal, so we have to excavate almost like 4 feet to set it up. So in my hardscape application, all pre-existing and proposed grade were noted and approved. So yes, we are rebuilding the grade once the all infrastructure underground will be completed. So right now we are just pushing the dirt off the way to just for allowing the construction process to take place.
So it's because when we were planning the house and the hardscaping, we were talking about these grades like this.
Exactly.
But so you're going to do all that back?
That's
Okay.
correct. I have a saying, you would not eat sausage if you know what's going in. So let's go same for the construction. It's a really
All right.
messy process. So yes, it's all will be rebuilt.
All right, it just kind of blew my mind when I went there. So, and I think the siting of the tennis court going along Duke's Road, it would be less imposing if it went the other way. And I think that's, if tennis court's east-west, if you play tennis, it hits you right in the eye if they're sited east-west. If they're north-south, you get a lot more play, but maybe that's not in our purview. So those were my initial concerns, just the grade changing and the siting of the tennis court.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see, Connie?
I looked at this too. I really don't have a lot to say, other than what's already been mentioned about the grade changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Joe?
you.
Can't recall seeing an application before where the tennis courts actually sunk 6 feet into the ground. Usually it's 3 or 4 feet. So I can see why this ended up on consent originally. But, that said, I can also understand the concerns of the neighbors, which I know were addressed at the last meeting mostly, and we don't have jurisdiction over a lot of their concerns. So I guess, overall, I think that the applicant is doing, at least in rendering a convincing job of providing lack of visibility. And yeah, there's a lot of grade manipulation, but I do think at the end of the day, it will feel natural. All that said, I'm very intrigued by Abby's comment about rotating this court, because when I first looked at this, I thought, based on the contours, that maybe one whole side of this is actually in the ground completely, the uphill side. I think if you rotated it, that's what would end up happening. You'd have a 10-foot wall on one side, and at the end of the day, that might feel more unnatural than a 4-foot fence around this. But I'm curious if I do like the impact of that would have on the street. I think it would be an improvement to not have to screen this much length of court along Duke's Road. And then if it was rotated, it would be easier to screen it. It also takes it off of the property line on the west side. So it looks to me like it would fit there. But generally speaking, I think the approach seems like one that could get a tennis court approved in this location.
Thanks,
Those
Joe.
are my comments.
Thank you. Angus?
I pretty much agree with Joe on this one. I feel like with the way the grade is being treated and shown as proposed, you end up with a 4-foot virtually invisible fence on the other side of a whole bunch of natural and varied growth landscaping. But as Joe says, I'm not sure. It may work better to go north-south as opposed to east-west. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So my thoughts are understanding the concept of the rotation. I think, this is a very naturalized area as it is. It's actually not as well planned, naturalized planting. It's not well maintained along this stretch. It's very rural, like country, wind damaged plant material. So I think so long as the wind damage plant material part is left out and it is planted to replicate a naturalized planting area, which I have every confidence in America of doing, and the grade is addressed so that it is not appear as a berm but a swale. That's natural part of the grade. I don't have a concern with it. I just, in terms of rotation, if I were the neighbor, I would be like, why didn't I get invited to this meeting? Because you're going to rotate this and I'm going to hear both ends of the hit from one side of the court to the other versus having, one in the distance. This is immediately adjacent to a house and their outdoor area. So not our purview, but so long as the presentation of this is as it appears in the drawings and Mirka's past implementations, I'm good with it as it's presented. What would we like to do? Oh, and by the way, I'd just like to say, I think your plant selection is pretty spot on. Thank you.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve as submitted, caveat to see it.
Angus, I'm sorry,
upon
can you,
inspection and thereafter.
you're breaking up a little bit there, I think.
I think he said a motion to approve.
I know, but I want to understand
Possibility.
what he said because I'm going to have to clarify it. Thank you. Angus, go ahead, please.
Just a motion to approve is submitted with the caveat about visibility.
Okay, not visible time inspection or thereafter.
That's right.
And Mirka, just for clarification, the top of that fence isn't going to be visible?
It will not be visible.
Okay, just to make sure we're clear. Okay, so on the motion, Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
No.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so 4 in favor, 1 opposed, that's Abby. That moves us to, that's done. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Moves us to 35 Center Street, solar. Tobias?
1805. They're really old.
I was wondering when you got up.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, members of the board. This project you approved last, whatever the last old business was, and with the condition that I go back to the fire department. And I went back to the fire department and they requested just some more accesses on the north side of the building, or the northwest side of the building. I removed about 10 of the solar panels, about half of them on the north side, feeling that that would, kind of meet what the board had requested to remove a significant number of panels in line with the board's last request. So the fire department, just wanted to see an access, just because this building is in town, and is very challenging to get around. So originally, we had that whole north side filled out with panels, just as you see on the south side, and we've just eliminated all those and just left 8. That will be very, very hard to see. So.
Okay, thanks, Tobias. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe when you all reviewed this and approved it through an Exhibit A on November 19th, I was down here during the wind farm discussion. So my apologies for missing that part of the discussion. But for the record, this is a circa 1850 structure built after the Great Fire of 1846. It does have a black roof. And I had mentioned previously that the solar on the roof will be visible. And from both sides of the sidewalks and the street, and moving those panels on that south side past the second-story windows would have been helpful for impact. So I am concerned with it going all the way to the edge of the roof, with that right in your face kind of visibility, understanding that it's having to be reduced on the other side. So don't know what else could be done to make everybody happy. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey?
I'm assuming that this was already approved with the more panels and now we're reducing it to the 8 that Toby just mentioned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm gonna have a question on that while it's topical. Tobias, I don't recall there being panels on the north, or on the north facing the Jared Coffin.
Yes, there were.
Okay, so typically we request that submit, just so we have it, if anyone ever asked, the original approval. So that would be good to have in the file. Go ahead, Mickey.
Nothing else to add, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, it's myself, Ray, Angus, Abby, and Connie.
No Connie.
No Connie?
She's recused. Sorry.
All right. Connie's recused. So you have a 4-person board. Okay. Concerns, comments?
Can we just go over the final, that the north side is completely covered in?
Yes,
No.
yeah, so I'll clarify, Abby, one more time.
Okay.
So the south side is completely covered. Maybe just let me recap the board's conversation from last time.
Tobias, I don't think I'd kind of just like to stick to not to cut you down,
Yeah.
shut you down on it, but Abby's trying to understand which elevation has most of the roof covered,
I
correct?
said a very important word wrong. I meant to say south.
South.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the south is
So-
completely covered. There's a small corner in the furthest back that's impossible to see, just due to the layout of the panels.
Okay, so I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's see, Ray?
Yeah, I'll be okay with it too. Did I hear somebody say that there was a black roof?
Correct.
Okay.
And
It doesn't really look that way from the photo, but the photo isn't completely accurate.
And-
No, I'm okay.
And we're committed to putting in there was some concern last time about seeing underneath the panels potentially, so we're gonna put a black skirt along the edge of the panels as well. Just an extra.
Okay, thank you.
Make it as
Angus?
nice, we wanna make this as nice as possible.
Angus?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. I'm still against it. I don't think it's appropriate. Too much, I don't think the layout's beneficial visually, so I have concerns. It does have a black roof, so that's a good thing. What do we want to do?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Let's see, Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Uh,
Aye? Angus?
Aye.
Okay, sorry, it's just hard for some reason to hear you, and I'm a no. Okay, Tobias, you're good to roll.
Thank you. The cost of pastries reduction is greatly appreciated.
It's actually remain.
Okay, that moves us to 4 Sleepy Hollow.
So I don't understand, we already approved this, so why are we sending this around again?
It was a tentative.
Oh, it was a tentative, okay.
Approval.
Okay.
Provided that he gets fire
Do you want
department approval.
to say that you're opposed on it?
Yeah, let's get a,
Linda just brought in a pizza.
let's just hold for one moment. I just want to, before we move on procedurally to the next application, approved edge rake of roof contingent on approval by Nantucket Fire Department and mock-up on-site to be reviewed by board. So what I'd ask, Ray, is if you don't mind, is just to mark up this, that, something like subsequent to the foregoing.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
What was voted at the table is dated such and such, just so there's a record of some understanding. And this is the date of the 11/21/24 revisions.
Say it again, 11:20?
21/24. So, when the historians are poring over these
Yeah.
very important documents, 100 years from now, they have a crystal clear understanding. So guys, while we're waiting, Mirka did drop off some, I'm always been a dessert before dinner kind of guy.
Yeah. It's silly to wait.
You know what, Abby? It's
silly to
you that
wait.
I really liked you.
That's funny.
Ladies first.
Oh, there is something that's. You mind if I take the white chocolate? I
I
can't eat,
think you get first picks.
I can't eat chocolate after 4. It's terrible.
Oh, really?
You weren't on.
Is that on the minutes?
Connie?
What do I do, sign it twice?
I guess, I don't think, I maybe just date it. Like, the initial next to your initials, you could date it again. think we need an attorney consultant on this one. So the original one was 12, 17, 24, okay. Okay, and Connie, you were on that one? No, you recused.
She was not.
Abby. Okay, we're back to 4 Sleepy Hollow. Thank you for your indulgence here and back at home. I hope you had a chance to butter your popcorn. When you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Board. My name is Patrick Cassidy. I'm the owner and architect of 4 Sleepy Hollow. And last time on November 4th, when I presented it remotely, there was a question about the locus map. I don't think it was well defined, and I think people had trouble understanding the location and visibility. So I'm here now to answer any questions or comments about the siting and the particulars of the cabana or pool. I've arranged them to maximize the privacy on both my site from the 2 adjacent houses that you can see, and also to minimize the visibility from the road. So these pictures show, on November 11th, I put up the story poll that was requested, and these pictures show the view of the site from Somerset Road. And then I think if we scroll down, this is the view head-on of the pool, with the cabana in the background. And so I located it far from the road so that it would be smaller and less visible, and also to screen the pool itself from the neighbor that you can see beyond the cabana. And then that next picture is my other comment, which is that the opening that you see here is actually on the adjacent piece of land, which I also own and plan to develop. And so when we look at the plans of the pool and cabana, you'll see I'm going to screen with existing vegetation. But if we go back up to that picture, or this site plan is great, is fine, this locus plan, but basically I think Angus had a concern about the far corner of the cabana, which is furthest from the road, about the chamfer on it, which was deliberate on my part, and I know it's sort of quirky. It was sort of an old Nantucket look for myself, but the point of it was just that I plan to have an informal path between the 2 properties, and so the angle wasn't about a setback. It was just to make that path sort of more comfortable. You can see it's kind of an acute angle connecting the 2, the triangle to to my property there.
Okay.
So
anything else?
nothing else. Thanks.
Okay, and then screening vegetation, what are you proposing?
I think it'll be just the viburnum and scrub oak as sort of continuation of the natural materials that are there.
Some pine and...
Yeah. If we go back to those 2 pictures, then we could certainly codify it in terms of what's there on the road.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So it is myself, Val is not here, Abby, Angus, Carrie is not here, activating Joe and Connie.
And I think Joe was the initial reviewer of the plan.
Yeah, it doesn't indicate. But he may have an opportunity to be the first one to comment if you'd like.
I could.
Yeah, please.
I'm happy to see photographs of the existing house. That helped for me because it looks like some of the language was pulled from that. There's definitely some unique fenestration on that house, and it's a quirky little structure, but I think it works with this existing building. And originally I thought that the pool was, and cabana should be flipped, but the photographs show to me that it's filled in now and it will get filled in once that construction is, or construction access is revegetated. So I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let's see, Abby?
I don't feel I completely understand
Is there something?
how this is screened. Like, the star is, I wish instead of a star, it was actually the size of the,
Excuse
hold on
me,
one- hold on
maybe
one
we can switch to the plan so you can understand it better if you guys switch to the, there.
that's, yeah. Where's, do I have that? I don't have that for some
You're not-
reason.
Do you have, I think there might be 2 links in the packet.
Oh, okay. Okay, can you go to
There
something,
was a
somebody
bit of
else
a
while I
mismatch.
figure this out?
Hold on. You guys are really good, but I can't understand both of you at once.
You just send this to us.
These images?
These images.
Okay, so, but the site plan is in the online version, because I'm looking at it. So Abby, if you,
Yeah, is there somebody else that's viewed it? Because I just
Yeah,
don't
sure.
understand it.
okay, but I mean, I think what I'm trying to do is understand if you want to, is there a line of discussion that we can entertain to help you understand better? Because ultimately, you're going to need to understand to vote on it, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, my question is that star is, I wish that were more the size of the structure, so I could see where, what gets screened and so forth, because it is sort of the corner of 2 streets. And so it's a cabana, so there's a pool there too?
Yeah, again, if we go, I would
Yeah,
love
cool.
to help you understand it. If we go to that one, which is also in your packet for the pool, but it's the same site plan, of course.
Okay, can we, well, hold on one second. Can we please go back to the locus? I just want to orient, because it's, okay. So this, Abby, just one simple point I wanted to help with, is this, thank you, this line.
Yeah.
And to the next one.
The next plan. he's
Oh, the
meaning
next plan,
the
yeah.
other-
Is this line.
And that's the new house?
No, that's the new house, and then this is Somerset. This is the property line, this is the property line. And then this is the right of way of the road, correct?
No, excuse me, so up above, I can't read the number, but is Somerset Road, it's going at a diagonal bias.
154 up there.
And so what Abby is asking or commenting on about the star and wishing it showed the actual scale and scope of the cabana, I somewhat agree with. I was hoping that it would be supplemented by this drawing. So if we swap back to the other view, and you look at the star, which is on the inside corner of the lot, that's where the cabana is, as far from the street, from Somerset as it can be. So now if we switch back to that site plan, you'll see it. And so the cabana is very much at the interior of the lot. Again, yeah, you see there, it says Somerset Road.
Okay, so can you put the arrow on the cabana? Is it the,
There, the cursor, move it.
oh, right there, okay. And where's the pool?
And the pool is in front of it. And that other picture, which is in your view packet, has a blue outline of the pool and a picture of the existing vegetation and the cabana as it would be seen from Somerset, or what my hope is that it wouldn't be seen because of the existing screening.
Maybe go on to somebody else.
And then the cabana is on the far side of the pool so that the neighbor that's overlooking it on the other side is sort of not leering over the pool.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna follow Abby's wish and move on to the next, Commissioner Connie?
So this is the cabana we're looking at not the pool, just the cabana. I agree, it's a quirky little building, but I don't feel that it will be seen with the proper screening, so I think I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay, Angus?
I don't have any concerns.
Okay. I'm a little confused, having viewed this with respect to the layout, so I just want to get a visual on this from. Bear with me. Okay, there's Sleepy Hollow. To the right. Okay, so the more intense screening is really gonna be need to be on this site plan, the screening for the pool shown at the top of the page. Okay, I'm fine with this too. What would we like to do?
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
The cabana with screening?
Yes.
Okay, on Angus's motion, let me back up just for a second. What do you think the visibility on this is gonna be once it's screened?
Oh, I think none. I think the visibility, which I probably didn't say clearly enough, that we see presently at the site is actually the adjacent piece of property to the left.
Yeah.
And my definite goal, and we can say it however, is to close that in once the construction is done. That's
Sure.
just accessing the site.
Yeah, I mean, you want privacy back there, I
Yeah,
get that.
exactly.
Okay, on Angus's motion, Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm a no.
I'm a yes, so 4 in favor, 1 opposed for the record. Abby, the pool is next. And I think we can just jump right to discussion of screening. Do you want to start, Abby?
Yes, that's been my concern, that it's right along the road there, and yeah, I was concerned about the cabana and the glass and now the pool, so yeah, I have concerns.
Okay, and do you have a suggestion to address it, like not visible time inspection or thereafter, or you don't think that can be done?
I think it's an odd site to have a pool. I think it's inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to get some clarity. Let's see, Joe?
Some kind of a board fence, I think, would be helpful, at least more convincing than vegetation. A 4-foot solid board fence on towards the inside of the property would eliminate any doubts, I think.
Just for clarification, Joe, you're saying like more up next to the pool coping?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's see, Angus?
Or, excuse me, or some kind of a cross section through there that showed a berm with landscaping on it, something. It's a little bit two-dimensional, and we're relying on not a lot of information to ensure the lack of visibility. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. See, Angus?
I agree. It's a very short distance between the pool and the road. And I agree with Joe that there might not be enough space there to really screen the pool. So anything that is going to make it invisible, whether it's I don't think that just, going back to the Nantucket Road proposal for a fence, I don't think we want to see a fence along the road, but maybe if it's close to the coping and there's a healthy amount of vegetation between there and the road, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing really to add. I think with our caveat about screening, think it should be okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I think where we are, if I may, is we're looking for naturalized indigenous-ish plant material, plant in a naturalized way. And not with the pool not visible at time of inspection or thereafter, with a fence also not visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. Does that seem to sum it up?
Yes.
Indigenous, you mean, and you don't mean, do you mean fir trees or?
Well,
what?
more along the lines of scrub oak, Arrowwood viburnum, the same approach that we just used on Two Dukes Road.
Yeah, I'd be worried about the winter, if it was just scrub oak, you could see right through it.
Yeah. Well, that's where the fence will come in. Right? I mean, that's, I think our intention is, because this is, it is the backyard. So I think what I'm gonna do is just to get this out of the way is it will be an Exhibit A, as previously stated, not visible time of inspection or thereafter, including the fence, showing the fence, and indicating that the plant materials will be naturalized planting of an indigenous materials. Well, why don't we just float that as a motion? Connie,
So moved.
on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Joe?
Aye.
Just a 5-foot board fence. I'm gonna suggest. Joe, you good with that?
Yeah, I think even a 4-foot board fence would do it, especially if you want the fence to be not visible.
I think that's a great idea. Connie, you good with that?
Yes.
We're nothing like making motions on the fly. So Connie is in favor, Joe's in favor. Angus?
I agree with the lower 4-foot fence.
Okay,
Yes.
yes. Abby?
I'll be a no.
Abby's 3 for 3 on the pools. No, let the record reflect. And I'm a yes, subject to Exhibit A. And Connie, do you want to write that up, or do you want me to jump in, or?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay, we'll do it together.
Okay.
After the break.
Okay.
Okay, that's it, you're all set. We'll do an Exhibit A. You need to change your drawings to reflect that and bring it back in for staff to stamp. We are going to take a break. It is just about quarter of. Some sustenance has arrived, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Ray is definitely not on this one. He's recused. Well, he's not recused. He's the agent. So, Joe, do you recall, were you sitting on this actively? I thought you were.
Yes, he was. I'm not Joe, but he was. It was Connie.
This is 42 Shimmo.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah, I sat on it last time it was heard.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
It's Abby, you have to mute, Joe, Connie, Angus, and yourself.
Joe, Connie.
Oh, and, yeah,
Wait a minute.
Welch, McLeod, Paul, Camp, Patton.
I have Welch, Paul, McLeod, Camp, and Patton.
Correct.
Originally written out with Ray instead of Paul. Okay. And Carrie is an alternate. Okay, now that we've got that resolved, why don't we get down to business? Good evening, ladies.
How many ladies do you see?
Okay, so based on the comments of last week, I think we submitted officially the survey plan that shows the floodplain. And then if you just go to the north elevation, I'll run through the changes we made. Next one, I believe, yeah. So last week, what we had done was made some various changes, which are reflected here. That we showed options for the picture windows. Everybody chose the picture windows. There was discussion back and forth about whether or not the second floor deck should be balustraded or shingled. We left the balustrade because we did change the paint color to gray, which we thought the balustrade would be fine with gray paint. We removed the corner boards on all the dormers all the way around the building, and we just changed the fenestration to eliminate the side lights at the French doors on either second floor bedroom, and then on the bedroom to the far right, we did a pair of French doors and 2 windows flanking it. And then I think around the building, the only other changes are really the notation of removing the corner boards. The north had most of the concerns, and that's where we concentrated, or I should say all the concerns, and that's where we concentrated our revisions.
Okay, thanks. Oh, let's see. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1928 to 1930 contributing structure in the local National Historic District. Appreciate the changes. I just want to remind the commission, I know you all were okay with option A. I think that was more appropriate from last time. But the north elevation is the most important elevation as it's seen from the harbor. So I guess even though the proposed dormer on this elevation is breaking up the existing roof, it is going almost all the way to the edge. I would assume still following building on Nantucket Mines dimensions of 3 foot off either side, but it's not breaking up that roof plane, I think. So it is, I guess, a better outcome. But I am a little concerned on the amount of fenestration, making sure it doesn't exceed the 10%. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Who would like to begin? Oh, Mickey, did they go on this? I don't think so.
He has them in the past.
Okay. Let's see. Who'd like to begin? Gonna pick someone.
Well, I could.
Abby?
Okay. So, I don't know if it's possible, but on the far left where you have the dropped massing, the roof over those 3 gang windows, it reflects more of the old building. And I was wondering if there was a way to make that very large dormer on the second floor more of that proportion. I think the balustrade, although gray, thank you for that. I think it would, I would like to see more shingle on that to also, go to make a nod to the original structure. I think the far right massing is still over fenestrated. I think it could get calmed down even further and sort of mimic more of that heavy roof line that makes it so iconic. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes, in particular, the second floor fenestration changes. This feels more in keeping with the character of the house. I think those second floor balconies as all shingle would be a little bit heavy, but I could see them coming in so that maybe they close the window, but just where the doors are is shingle. That's kind of in response to Abby's comment. And on the far right, there is a lot of fenestration, but I feel like in contrast to the previous one was just a lot of shingled area, and it was almost like that part of the house was just completely incongruent with the rest of it. And now I feel like it's part of the architecture of the building. So I don't have a concern about the right side fenestration. But again, if the shingle portion of that deck came in towards the double French door and just that, whatever that is, 5 or 6 feet was open rail. Otherwise, I appreciate you've kept ridge lines and the iconic chimney, and the overall rhythm of the ridge lines is there. And I do think that removal of the corner boards and the introduction of that shingle on the decks, there's going to be a lot of shingle visible from the water, which I think is reminiscent of what's there now. And certainly the color gray, I think, is a great choice. So overall, I think that this is appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Angus?
Thanks. I'm just concerned that I feel like I'm looking at the same proposal over and over. In the very beginning, there were 3 dormers in the middle, and then they became 1, and they've stayed 1 ever since. I appreciate the chimney coming back, but it's not the same proportions. It's taller and it's not as wide. My biggest concern is still the dramatic change in character of the structure. If you look at the bottom left picture, the north elevation, the older original part, there are 2 floors of covered porch, and this is getting moved back and up to protect that. And so my concern is that on top of the moving back and going up, there's an exploration of the 3rd floor on the 2 gable ends and the back. And my concern is what is seen really from what is considered the front of the house, which is facing the water. And I would be discouraged to see this much change in this historic structure. The porches, I think, on the 2nd floor, if they have shingle going across, the doors and windows would appear more as window once it grays out, and it would be less busy. But again, my main concern is that I feel like the character defining elements of this house are being changed. And I feel it's our responsibility to prevent that from happening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Connie?
Yeah, I really don't have much to add. I appreciate the changes. I do like Joe's idea of bringing the shingles in a little bit to the door on the balconies. I think that might add to reminiscent of the older structure. My concern also is the right-hand side, the fenestration on the right-hand side, but I don't really have a solution. So, yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thanks. So my feelings on this with respect to appropriateness are, I think the dormer on the left needs to be downscaled slightly in all regards. I'm not talking, 2 feet or anything, but probably a foot overall. So make it 90% of the size it is now. If you were to put it on a scale and reduce the height and width and then recenter it.
Stephen,
Yep,
sorry. Mr. Chair,
yeah,
did you mean the left or did you mean the right?
the left,
The left.
yep. And from the north, where everyone's focused on the north, so I started there.
Yeah. Before, so I'm just.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at it, and then on the right, I believe, if we're gonna go this route, the more appropriate fenestration package there is what was previously proposed, with the width of the balcony being what was previously proposed, which is to say, in words, that it would be stacked 3 lights on either side of the French doors. It is it's the same vocabulary, but it is I think, a little more delicate and a little less involved. And I think that the additional shingle space on that dormer is not problematic. I think the corner boards being removed, woven corners, is great. The chimney, I would like to see the chimney, at least the main chimney, replicate the existing chimney. And I think that's an important factor. In the distance, much of this is going to be harder to discern than we might think looking at it in a 2D picture in terms of the changes, although I do agree it is a pretty significant change. I don't want to design that at the table. We should have done that at the first one. Let's see, the east elevation is nothing really there. I think really the south elevation is the most successful, and I appreciate the fact that we stuck with the 3 separate dormers, even though one of them's got the little bastardized child dormer, but it's all good. Don't mean that in a derogatory sense. And then the west, and again, the west and the east, really, I've got no comments on of substance. So I think there's some consensus, but.
I feel like I'd like to try a motion with an Exhibit A and see if it gets any traction.
Okay.
Starting with that left side dormer, per your comment, Stephen, about reducing it, I think that if that dormer had 3 of the C windows, which looks like the ones that are flanking the other second floor decks, that would reduce the overall width. So it would be 3 C windows. We match the main chimney to match the existing. The second floor decks, the shingled area would come into the doors. And I think on the far right, the current double door with the flanking windows just becomes just like the other ones, which is a single door with flanking windows. And then you have those 3. So you've reduced the fenestration on the right, matched the chimney, increased the shingle area, and reduced the dormer on the left. And if you understand that, I'd be happy to draw it.
I think I would like to have, I think we understand it. I would like to have everyone register that in their minds. I'm gonna second it for the purposes of discussion because I want to get a clarification from Joe.
I wanted to clarify something too.
And then Abby too. Joe, just on the dormer on the left, when you say C windows, so also the top plate would come down proportionately, so the sill height would be the same? I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm asking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And then the termination of the shed roof would be lower relative to the structure upon which the dormer is set?
Yes, and it would get naturally, so it'd naturally come down from the roof and get slightly narrower.
Okay, and it's not a significant change, but proportionally it's perceptible. Okay, thank you. I have no concerns with that. I just wanted clarification. Abby?
One thought I had, on that far right dormer, is there any way that could start farther up towards the,
Abby?
yeah,
So,
We can change the pitch of it.
guys, we actually, yeah, we have a motion. I just want to, if there's clarification on the motion.
yeah, it's important to me if I were to vote on it, that I could just get an answer on whether that could go up.
Well, then it's
more
really,
different.
proper procedure
Because-
would be then to direct the question to Joe because he's the one that made the motion.
Joe, would you mind including that on that far right dormer that well, I'm not sure if it's structurally okay to do that, so I can't
Yeah,
really.
I think, yeah, it's structurally, it's not going to be an issue. I can just tell you that. But I
You
don't
think
know
it
what.
needs to climb up higher on that roof mass?
Exactly, so that it looks more like the old roof. So that it's like a foot off the ridge line.
Yeah, I think we could say that the termination point of that shed dormer matches the termination point of the main dormer in the middle of the house relative
It will
to,
be close, but,
yeah.
okay.
And since we're discussing this, let's keep in mind that if we do that, we're going to change the pitch of the roof and it's going to be inconsistent with the pitches of all the other dormers.
That's what I didn't.
Yeah, that's a
Actually,
good
you
point.
can still build it, but you're going to change the aesthetic. So personally, while I understand the intention, I wouldn't think it's appropriate. I wouldn't.
It's just, for me, it would look more like the left-hand side, which is more reminiscent of the old building.
May I make a comment?
Yeah, we're so far south on this, might as
Well,
well.
I was just gonna say, on the west, they're so distinct from each other, like they're, the one that you're referring to is in such a different plane than the one that's in the main mass, that I don't know that the difference in pitch would be that noticeable.
Just a question on the vote.
Yeah.
Is it, when we're reducing that right-hand side to just one French door and two windows, are we also nixing the one on the left, which would make that dormer smaller?
Are we making the one on the left? No, the window on the left? No, Joe, I don't believe you were talking about eliminating.
It was just the ganged units, that the ganged units, all the second floor balcony ganged units would be single doors with flanking C windows. Just to keep that simple. And then that's little window there, I think that's an F, would stay as is.
Okay.
And I think is viewed obliquely that having the dormer pitches match, even if I 100% agree with you looking at this two-dimensionally, but I think you're going to traverse this on the water. I think having those dormers match the pitch makes sense, even if they don't climb up the ridge, the main roof, the same amount.
So leave them as they are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to go back and re-summarize this.
I think that would probably be a good idea just for the purposes of everyone's vote and the minutes makers.
Sure. So the motion would be to approve with an Exhibit A where relative to the north elevation, the leftmost mass, the dormer would be reduced in height and width by revising the triple ganged window to be 3 C windows. And we would hold the sill height as is, and that would effectively reduce that in both directions. And then the second floor balconies, of which there are 3, the one on the far right would be a single door with flanking C windows to match the other 2. And then the shingle area on the balconies would come in to stop at the edge of the door. And that, in the center chimney would match the existing center chimney in width and height and detail. And that would be my motion.
Okay. So on Joe's motion, Joe,
Aye.
let's see, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
No.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So record reflect 4 in favor, 1 opposed to Angus. 1 was not opposed to Angus. Angus was the one opposed. Okay. Now we are on to the new garage.
New garage, okay.
It'll be the same board.
Is it the garage or the guest
Oh, I'm
house?
sorry, the new guest house, yeah.
New guest house, okay.
I'm projecting my wanting to move through the
Move
agenda.
quickly.
When you're ready, Lisa.
Okay, so this is the new guest house, which is to the, again, my directions here. West of the main house. It is a gable forward. We did include, it should have been submitted, an elevation that shows the 2 buildings together facing north. Hopefully it's in there, because it's in my packet. The north elevation is the gable forward with a deck above the doors. Keep going. Not that one, that one. So that's as viewed from the north.
Wait, are we doing guest cottage or garage?
Guest cottage.
Guest cottage.
Oh, shoot,
I think, you can just go through the rest of the elevations. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but they're pretty simple buildings. They're just a main gable with shed dormers, very similar to the massing of the main house, with some added porches.
Okay. I know this isn't a historic structure, but did you have anything on this?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I note that this proposed guest house, 24 feet, 11 inches. I don't see where it relates to the changes to the main house, and I think that's something that should be looked at. Specifically, the balcony should match now with how you all just approved it. Also, the dormers with the shingle space, I think it should follow building with Nantucket in mind, as recommended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I just want to clarify, we haven't made any changes to this building from the beginning.
From the beginning?
Yeah, which
Do
is
you-
why we haven't.
Do you want to entertain stating what changes you would make, like, are you going to leave the corner boards on,
Yeah,
or?
no, remove the corner boards on the dormers. We could shingle in the railing on the second floor. Other than that, I don't know that there are any other.
Did you perhaps want to venture to suggest the fenestration on the second floor deck match one of the balconies?
Sure.
I think we're going there, that's all.
If you're going there, I mean, I feel like this is
Yeah.
a newer structure, maybe it doesn't have the same historic.
Yeah, you know what, let me back off of that. I don't mean to be suggesting, let's see what the commissioners want to do. Okay, so no corner boards and the second floor deck railing balustrade to mimic the just approved on the main house. Okay. With that having been stated, who would like to begin? Guys, at this point, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is, I'm setting aside the existing house for a second, and I think that this is an appropriate structure, and if I were placing this structure adjacent to the other structure like shown on the north elevation. The gable forward is certainly the correct way to do this, so that it doesn't feel so unified. And that made me wonder whether or not we want to match all the details. I mean, I think that's certainly the inclination when we're designing, actually all applicants seem to do this. The main house and the guest house, all the details match. And I'm wondering if there's enough, like the main doors on the first floor have a panel like the other ones do, but maybe the second floor balcony is all rail as shown. And maybe there's corner boards on the gable, but not on the dormers. So my first inclination was, oh, we need to match the existing house, but I can see the logic behind this not matching it exactly. And then from the water, maybe even the perception is that is this part of the same property or is it not? I don't know if there's any value to having it read all together. There might even be some value to having it stand apart slightly.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, those are my comments. I mean, I think it's appropriate as is, and I think you could just tweak a couple of details, but I don't know that it needs to match exactly. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I'm gonna go to Abby next.
So is there any way to wrap those hip roofs around so that they,
Yeah, I think so.
I think that, I'm not sure if you can, but I think that might be, a call back to the old building. I think the details should match. I think we've just scaled down and made that main house quieter, and I think we should continue it. I think the corner boards add more noise. I think the fenestration on both the first floor and the second floor should be reduced and mimic what we just did to the main house. And I'm not sure about flush dormers. I know they would be tiny if they were set back. Maybe, I don't even know if you could get a dormer there, but anyway, those are at least 4 things I'd like to see changed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I think I'm more inclined like Abby to have it match. My concern, of course, is the north elevation with the fenestration. If we could somehow, mimic the one door with the side windows, I think that would be favorable, or move the corner boards, somehow, quiet down that north elevation a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
It's funny, I agree with everybody in different ways. I like Joe's perspective of, is this, does this have to look like it's even the same property? My first concern is when we look at the north elevation with both the house and the guest house, they feel, obviously they're not going east-west, but as far as their height, they seem so similar that it doesn't feel as much like a guest cottage as I think it could if it were lower. And part of that accentuation of the height, I think, happens as a result of the gable forward. But also to Joe's point, I feel like this is probably the orientation to have to sort of minimize the impact of those, of the doors and balcony and so forth. And, maybe it's a clipped gable to sort of bring down the eave line a little bit. I agree with Abby's suggestion of wrapping the porch around, which I think if it did that, it would shorten that rail, maybe a fair amount. I'm not sure, but I feel like with corner boards and dormers and rakes and balcony that it feels very busy, especially if there isn't paint that resembles the, the end natural weathered shingles. And the final thing is agreeing with Holly is that the amount of fenestration isn't exactly following the guidelines. The whole first floor is glass, basically. And then there's a significant portion on the second floor. So that's what I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. So for me, I think similarities are important. I don't think this has to be exactly the same. If this were something that we were viewing, say, on Walsh Street and we were going to be close up, you don't get a sense of pattern language where looking at this from the water, you're going to see a pattern. And this becomes different if it's different, and it doesn't become different in the sense of a focal point. It becomes different in the sense of noise, to my mind. You get this large structure that is emblematic of certain type of design, and then you get this that is different and it's little, and then you have another house that has a cottage or something along the lines, and those are the same. And this just kind of stands out, but in a way that it's not a structure that's designed to be standing out in and of itself. So I don't think that would be appropriate. I also disagree with the hip wrap. I think this little structure, the second floor, will just get gobbled up and lost in a sense. So it becomes more of, it's a hip roof covered porch wraparound structure. And I don't know, I don't think we need to go that way personally. I agree with the concept of minimizing the impact from the north visually. I think the concept of the clip gable is one I'm always in favor of. And then downplaying the fenestration, primarily the doors, which brings me back to the comment about the second floor balcony and having that be a door and two windows, and losing a door on the first floor. In terms of similarities, I think you could shingle the end walls of the second floor balcony and do a little 1 foot or 1.5 foot wrap like on the other balconies. Cornerboard, woven corners on the dormers. I'll take it or leave it on corner boards on the structure itself. I don't think it needs it, but those are my thoughts. So it sounds like you've got some waiting to do through comments to see what we'll
Yeah.
support.
Play around with it, see
Yeah.
what you come up with. You've certainly had a stray of
Yeah.
a lot of ideas, so.
Yeah.
Any questions before we get a motion to hold for revisions?
I don't think
Okay.
so.
Motion,
I'll make that motion to hold for revisions.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Lisa. Now we're gonna do the garage.
This is sited on the south side of the house. And the elevation that faces the road is the south. This, and the west faces into the parking lot.
Okay. Does anyone want to begin? Concerns, if any? Let me ask a question, Lisa. What's the stone material? Is that going to be a,
Let's see, I don't know that we have a picture of it, but it's sort of a cobblestone.
Isn't there, oh, sorry, through
Go ahead.
the chair. Is there stone on the far left side of the main house where it drops down? Is that foundation stone?
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Right.
yeah, it might,
Proposing, so it would be the same as that.
Yeah.
okay, that's why I'm just,
Yeah.
okay. Abby, any other questions?
no, I'm fine with this.
Okay. Are there any concerns? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted with the stone matching the main house.
Okay, and you'll write that on the,
Sure.
okay. On Abby's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Thanks, everyone. That moves us to 1 Lowell Place.
Sure.
Good evening, Stephen.
Good evening, thank you.
When you see it up there, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie.
Thank you very much. On Lowell Place, we did make some changes. We were able to remove the front porch and push the house back on the lot. That allowed us to get the parking spot that you had requested, rather than the 12 by 24, the 7 by 17 that conforms to zoning. We also, if you go down, if we could scroll down to the streetscape. I went through the HDC files on all the abutters and pulled the streetscape consists of the cutouts from the HDC approved files of all the neighbors. And this is how the streetscape lays out. And you can see that our relatively small scale structure is actually lower in height than three of the main houses that are in Lowell Place. The house across the street, it's lower than the house directly next to it. It's also lower than the one that we did at 26.4. And it's just about the same height, if not a little taller than the one in the middle at 145 Main, which is the back house to the main house, which is the 30-foot tall one that is the backdrop for these properties. There was some comment and talk about making this a story-and-a-half house, which I strongly disagree about doing, as the fact that is if we were to lower the eaves, it would increase the roof pitch from what it is now and actually make the house taller rather than shorter as it is in its current design. And in the fact that our existing eave line is actually lower than some of the eave lines that are there on the abutting houses. So with that in mind, we could scroll down to the photographs that were submitted as well. The ROH district. If we could scroll down to some photos of the ROH district, please. Keep going. Bottom, separate.
I think it's a separate PDF.
Separate PDF, please, yeah.
Yeah.
It all wouldn't fit.
Wasn't Connie on these?
Thank you. We wanted to note that in the ROH, the context here, if we go down to the house at Consu Springs, which is a one-story house. A little further, Sarah, please. Or Fiona. Keep going, keep going. A little more. There we go. You know, Consu Springs is a one-story house. New houses that were up on the side of it were allowed to be built as two-story homes. And if we go through and scale through the rest of the street, we want to show you the context on a much more visible street than what Lowell Place is here. And that is the fact that you've got one-story homes next to two-story homes, next to homes that are a story and a half. And that's commonplace throughout the entire ROH. So with that being said, I think our revised design fits the criteria of, you know, the infill in the ROH. And in keeping with Nantucket in mind, it fits right in as far as the scale and structure goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
I don't have that drawing, the proposed drawing that he's done. There's two.
There's two PDFs.
Okay.
Go back to the.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that, sorry.
The next one up.
Fiona, if you could go back to the streetscape for me, please.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill dwelling within the OHD. I didn't have any concerns with the proposal as it was previously rendered. However, I believe the version that's before you now, it's actually better. So thank you, Stephen, for that. With that bay window, it's a lot more appropriate to the character of the historic district. I think the streetscape, which you see behind you, is telling of the elevations that are in the area. While I always appreciate photos of providing context within the historic district, I did want to mention the example that Stephen provided with Consu Springs within Mariner Way. I think is a little out of context because those structures had to be elevated due to FEMA flooding. Whereas this, we're looking at structures that are, whether or not they're historically two stories or 1.5 stories or 1.25. I think the context is you have structures that have changed over time, whether they were a 2-story typical Nantucket or a 1 3/4 story 1900 structure. It's I think it's relative, but providing that as an example, I think is a little out, but I appreciate it. Again, I don't have any concerns with the revisions as proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Okay, again, it is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie.
Stephen?
Oh, who's up there? Arthur, good evening.
Stephen, it's Mickey.
Oh, hey, Mickey. Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. So, Lowell Place, I would say that Lowell Place is definitely a slightly, I mean, it is a different kind of a neighborhood than the context of the houses that you've been looking at as examples. Every house on Lowell Place is 1.5 stories and pretty informal relative to the 3 or 4 or whatever bay houses that you're looking at in those photographs. It's just an informal, very low scale neighborhood. Even the houses on Main Street that flank Lowell Place are 1.5 stories. So I would argue that this house could probably do better with a steeper roof pitch, just as you can see in that rendering on the screen. Those houses have steeper roof pitches, 1.5 stories, and they fit in next to each other. So I think this house is a little bit too formal. The detailing on the bay window, the door, it all feels like, you know, OHD, but not necessarily Lowell Place. I think this should try to fit a little bit more into the context of the scale and the informality of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Arthur?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My comments on this would almost exactly match Mickey's. I represent Bowen Smith and several other neighbors on Lowell Place, and we're concerned about the full 2-story house, not specifically so much the height of it as the appearance of it as a full 2-story house with the formal appearance. We think it's out of place on Lowell Place, and that it should be brought down to a 1.5-story structure. We do appreciate the fact that there will be a parking space with a conventional orientation toward the street rather than a car being parked across the front of the lot. So that's a step in the right direction, but we do think it should be brought down to 1.5, and agree with Mickey that this is much too formal in appearance for a street like Lowell Place. When you compare it to the other houses on the street, you can see that none of them are in any way formal, and this is very much a formal design. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Arthur. Oh, let's see, who'd like to begin?
Oh, this is Joe speaking. I'm happy to go.
Thanks, Joe.
So I drove down Lowell after the last meeting. I think in 26 years of living on Nantucket, it's my first time going down Lowell. And it is informal street. In fact, I was surprised at some of the informality as you move down the road. And, but there was something that was troubling me about the last design with that farmer's porch, and that design was very informal. And when I saw these revisions come in, I thought that this was an interesting balance because you've just turned the corner from Main Street and now you're heading down this, well, it's a rural feeling lane in town, but as you just come around the corner, to see this kind of nod to Greek revival, doesn't have clapboards, but the bay and the front door trim and a little bit of the, we'll call it cornice detail there, I thought was reserved enough that it seemed to speak to Main Street, but not in a way that it would if it had painted clapboards and a front portico or something. And pushing it back from the road and eliminating that porch, I feel gives this just a little bit of presence. And then if this was further down the street, like at the end of Lowell, then I think I'd be saying exactly what Arthur and what Mickey just said. But given the informality that occurs later on, I think this position on Lowell Place coming just off of Main kind of sets it apart a little bit. And I think this is an improvement over the past presentation. And I don't have an issue with the fact that it's a full 2-story. It's still modest as it presents itself to the street. And the streetscape is telling for me. So I think that this current design is appropriate. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes and I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Connie. Abby?
I would go with, when context for me, Lowell Place is more of the bungalow style, which is a lot less formal than this. This looks more Greek revival to me. I think the height is fine, 25 feet, that's pretty, that's not very high, but I think it's still trying to find its identity. Yeah, short of saying try a bungalow style, I would hold for some revisions.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
I think this elevation, this streetscape says a lot. You have 5 gables facing the street, and there's only one that isn't 1.5 stories with shed dormers. Not that I'm a huge fan of like room dormers, but just the overall scale and detail. There is predominantly a bungalow style, a simpler style, while this Greek revival is appropriately scaled and detailed in of itself. I don't feel it fits in with Lowell Place or the entrance to Lowell or along Lowell. So I would be looking for revisions.
Okay, thanks, Angus. So this elevation says a lot to me too, but a little bit differently. Scale of this structure is actually, to my mind, Lowell Place. Yes, it's a 2-story versus a, basically 1 3/4 story flush dormer, but really, those structures to me are just cheating the second story out a little bit. The dormers go from, 3 feet from the edge of the front to 3 feet of the edge of the back. And, but when you look at the height of this structure and the width of this structure, I mean, to me, it seems simpler than the garage to the left of this house, to the left of what's proposed. So that's what I mean by the same-ish in terms of Lowell. With respect to details, it's got a nod to Main Street as you round the corner. And I think that, you know, Joe stated really everything I'd want to state other than adding those comments that I just did. And lastly, I would like to just focus on, if we can, the west elevation, which is, I think, 2 sheets up. If you could zoom in just a little bit, not too much, but yeah, that's a good size. The only thing I would request here is, you know, I'm not asking for Greek revival with columns on the corner boards, but for me, when I look at this structure, it reads as if the roof mass and the weightier fascia is being held up by little itty bitty corner boards. So I'd say maybe add an inch or inch and a half, not built up, not layered, just simply the width. I think it's important that this is shingled. I did want to ask, because I think it's also very important, and I know the application was submitted with the original, but what are the colors?
I don't remember what's on the application.
Black sash. No. Sorry. Just joking.
Oh, geez.
I just think that's going to be an important consideration for this structure.
What does it say you're looking for? Go gray, you want to go gray?
Yeah, I don't know what's right, but I know what's wrong. White, all white.
We can go gray.
Do we think white's appropriate? Do we think like a silver platinum or something a little off-white? Or, I don't know about a
Depends
darker
on-
gray.
I think it depends on what this style ends up being, but if it's going towards a Greek revival, you've got to get those details right, because I don't think the fascia, you know, if you're, like you pointed out, that the corner boards, if it is Greek revival, would be larger, and the eave would come out beyond that. Like right now, it's just sort of stubby.
Well, so my concern would be just the corner board, just to be clear. I think the down playing of the fascia at the rakes on the gable end is appropriate, because if you were to make this a full-on Greek revival treatment, then you really it's not appropriate to Lowell Place.
Mr. Chair, we have no problem going to 8-inch corner boards in the front and the side. Right now, it's 5.5.
And Abby, I'm just reading the room. I mean, it sounds like they've got 3 boards.
I think the corner board comment is spot on, and one thought I had was that, and the other one was whether or not the panels on that bay, do those get shingled? When it was all white, I thought that was going to stand out, but if it's all gray, it might be fine.
Yeah, and a gray, Joe, I mean, just to throw out there for purposes of discussion, are you thinking like a light gray or as opposed to a Nantucket gray? Or I'm just trying to get a idea.
Yeah, like
here.
a platinum gray. I mean, that I think of this area and I think a white trim. I actually don't have a problem with white, except that the bay being painted all white seemed like it was a little bit pronounced. And when I was listening to Mickey speak about details, I thought maybe that bay ought to go shingled. But I think if it was gray, then I think the toned down details make a lot of sense. It's not trying to be a Greek revival. It's just trying to nod towards it. I think you want to try to strike a balance between the formality and informality. So I'd motion to approve with an exhibit A of just making the corner boards 8 inches on this front elevation and the trim to be platinum gray.
Okay, so I'm in a second for purpose of discussion. I'm a little concerned about the platinum gray being too contemporary, but on the other hand, a Nantucket gray I think is going to be too dowdy. I don't want to be like interior decorating on the exterior of a structure, but at the same time, this is kind of important. Does anyone have thoughts on color along those lines? And Joe, I personally think the idea of shingling that bay is not inappropriate, no matter what. I think it will really lend itself to Lowell Place better if it were shingled. I'm getting a nod from the architect
Okay, I'm nodding.
and the other architect.
Yeah, I knew you weren't talking about me.
Okay. Any thoughts? You made the motion, so any thoughts on the color other than what you said?
As a question, can we specify I think I've seen this happen before, a light gray, and then that gray gets approved through staff?
Yeah, I think so.
With a sample of that color, that way we're not trying to pin down the actual color here, but Holly would be able to review this.
I think that's a wonderful idea, and if you would restate your motion, I don't know if you want to put the shingled bay in there. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so my motion would be to approve through staff with an Exhibit A to take the front corner boards and widen them to 8 inches, remove the panels on the bay and make that shingle, and that the trim is a light gray, which shall be reviewed with staff for a specific approval.
Could I second that to just ask a question?
Okay, or you could just ask a question.
Okay, I was interested about the foundation, like the front door seems to open right onto the street. Is there any foundation or stone or an entrance?
It's mud block, Abby. Mud block foundation.
Will you be coming in with a hardscape?
There is no hardscape, it's just grass and a fence.
Okay, yeah, I'm just asking.
So
So can we go to the site plan, please?
Oh, I'm sorry to
No,
answer your question,
Steve,
Abby. Yeah.
Before we go much further, can we go to the site plan? Yeah. okay.
Here's the driveway.
So that's the layout. Some stepstones and is that a stone step at the front or wood?
Yes, stone.
Stone, so it's just a slab of granite.
Well, all right, just.
Okay. So no, I'm not hearing any changes proposed for the exhibit, Joe. So that's Joe's Exhibit A. Joe, on your exhibit?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Let's see, Angus?
Oh, God.
Oh,
Aye.
aye.
I'll say no for him.
And Abby's a no for you, and I'm an aye. And Joe, you had stated the color to be, the gray to be approved through staff, through Holly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you'll make a note on the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Really appreciate you making some thoughtful modifications to that. I personally. Yeah. Ray, how do you feel about maybe, I know I opened that 3 Pops. Where are we at? Oh, we're holding Pops.
Yeah. So
I
we're
didn't
actually
do
at
it.
38 Pine.
Would you mind?
You want
I'll
me to share
sit,
it?
but you share it.
Yeah.
I got some exhibits to write up.
Benjamin, approach the bench.
So this one will be by Joe. And this one will be by me.
So Ben, let's see. Your board is myself, I've been promoted to chair. Stephen has been demoted to regular member. Val's not here. Abby, Angus, and Connie is an alternate. So how do you feel about that? It's good? Okay, let's go.
So last time we met, it seemed like the proposal had some issues regarding the dormer and the windows in the dormer.
Yes.
So what I've done is I've tightened up the width of the dormer by 9 inches on each side, so a total of 1'6". I have brought in the intersection at the top of the roof of the dormer and the ridge off each other by flattening the roof pitch of the dormer from a 4 to 3 3/4. So that's created some relief there at the ridge. And then I've revised the window pattern in the dormer from a 6/6 to a 12/12 to better match the existing window pane sizes.
Okay, Ben, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1 3/4 story, 4-bay, circa 1820. I might want to say a typical Nantucket, a smaller one. Within the fish lots, it was built by William Hart, who was a blacksmith. So while I appreciate the changes, I did have some substantial concerns on the dormers to follow building with Nantucket in mind. And while I appreciate the 12/12 windows, I think it's kind of out of proportion, I think, with the dormer itself. And I think the dormer needs to be rethought a little bit more. But if you look at that elevation of the original structure, those windows are quite large. And while, yes, you want to substantially show a little bit of a differentiation between the existing structure and the addition, I think they're too big. And I think the dormer needs to come off the ridge more and clean up the shingle space. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, you have anything?
We do. So I think we would agree with what Holly just said about the scale of the dormers. I think one of the bigger concerns for me is the amount of shingle space below the windows. Like if you look at the north dormer, could you scroll down just a little bit to the next sheet, I guess, to the north dormer. There you go. Down one more. Yep, there. So there's a fair amount of shingle depth below those dormer windows. If that could be reduced by either lowering the windows, maybe steepen the roof pitch a little bit, and that'll drop the windows down, and perhaps even scaling down the addition by pushing that north wall to the south, and that would allow the lower roof to rise up a little bit more. So maybe the combination of the two might be enough to reduce the amount of shingle space below the windows. And that would help. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Ben, just for my own edification, the new windows, the 12/12s that you have, are they the same size or are they larger than the existing 12/12 on the, well, there are a few of them. On the south elevation, for example, you have one. On the front of the house, of course, you have two. Are they the same size or are they
Yeah,
larger?
they're roughly the same size. I mean,
It's funny because they look larger.
yeah, I think it's in reflection of those tiny little second floor windows. These windows exceed emergency egress for a bedroom, but that is a concern in my mind that I need to make sure that those windows meet that requirement. So, they can be reduced a little bit. That will add more shingle space, so there's a give and take there. But I am very conscious of the emergency egress scale of these windows.
Okay, very good, thank you. But now I would like to hear from the members of the board.
I could.
Abby, go ahead.
I have a sort of a statement question. I was wondering, so I had the same question, if that was the same size, and is it just an optical illusion that in the dormer, they just seem larger than the one that is on the existing mass?
Yeah, so from the north elevation, you see the 6/6s, they're that size. So what we have on screen here, they're the same size, but you requested that they go to 12/12.
Yeah.
So they are that same size. I think, I agree, the existing windows on that back elbow, the little kitchen windows are tiny. So I think that there is a scale thing there that's.
Yeah, it just seems to still overwhelm the back of the house. So I'm not sure we're talking about optical illusions here. I'm just wondering, if you filled that dormer with 3 windows, would that sort of make it seem not so noisy? But because there wouldn't be as much shingling and there wouldn't be so much contrast, it would be, but that's just a query. So But that's been my thought all along, and I finally voiced it.
I think you voiced it last week too, but
I did?
I think so.
Okay,
I think that'd be a lot of window. I think you'd say, well,
okay, okay.
Good, Abby?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Who's next?
I can go.
Okay, Connie.
Is it possible to drop the windows down a little bit?
So last week I misunderstood. I thought that the concern was the amount of shingle to left and right of the dormer, that the dormer was too wide.
That was a concern.
Okay, that was a concern. So I've addressed that concern. I didn't really realize that the distance below the dormer, that amount of shingle was a problem. And, Mickey was nice enough to mention those concerns to me earlier. And one thing that we can do, and kind of not ignore your question, but I think I'm gonna get to it, is if, that little gable on the east elevation that's sort of reminiscent of the existing gable there, it's all new construction. They're not saving, a foot of gable there. So, that gable could come higher, so it could be rebuilt, say 6 inches higher, and that would lose 6 inches of shingle below those windows on the north elevation. And then Mickey had also made a recommendation to me that on the south elevation, that we have a new porch going on there, and that pitch of the porch could be increased, and we could then lose another 6+ inches of vertical shingle space below the windows on that side.
Yeah.
So I think I can address that vertical issue through those elements without actually changing the dormer.
Perfect.
It's not a whole lot of head height up there.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Let's see, Angus.
My concern really is with these, the dormers on the north and north and south. Just, it feels crushing, especially over the south elevation, over that little porch and doorway, and thinking about the little gable that was there before. And I think that it's the scaling of the windows. They look like the largest windows on that face on the south elevation. I would like to see what it looks like with it being matching exactly the existing window over that little bulkhead door to the left, to see what that would look like, and then pull the sides in more than they are now. Another option to maybe explore is having the eave go all the way through, which and then have like a little dormer that's set back so that there's still light, but there isn't. I think it's just the whole boxy scale of the dormer with shingle and the largest windows on the elevation. This is really supposed to read as diminutive compared to the main mass. And it feels like it's taking front and center. So that would be my concern. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Stephen, you ready?
I agree with Angus. Front and center on the side, not so good.
That's it?
So.
Okay, so I think, Ben, that your suggestions, one, to make the single-story gable a little bit taller, thereby rectifying the amount of shingle on that north-facing dormer, right? And to make the porch roof pitch a little bit steeper on the south, rectifying that side. And to Angus's point of you trying to replicate the window over the little bulkhead as your window size, I think those things would certainly get you there for me. I'd love to do an Exhibit A, but I think that we probably want to see this again.
I'll make a motion to hold for minor revisions.
Okay, all right. So Abby's made that motion on that motion. Connie? Thank you. Angus?
Aye.
Very good. Abby on your motion?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Ben, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Happy holidays.
Yeah, you too.
You feeling it? You want to get another one under your belt?
Sure. Thanks. Okay. Sauna.
Hello.
Hi. Let's see. Oh, you have everybody. You have your whole board. Stephen, myself, Angus, Abby, Connie. Okay, sauna.
So if we can go to sheet A31, the elevations. Yeah, up a little. Perfect. So if we want to just start, so the north elevation, we thicken the door trim, kind of make it a little more chunky, and change the trim around all the windows per requested. The chimney has been simplified and the roof walk has shrunk. On the west elevation, that main mass has now become more square, so it's not so tall and skinny. And it has taken up more of the center mass. And with that, the doors on the center mass with the single dormer above, those are hidden because they're stepped back now. And they're also behind the house in front. On the next sheet, basically, again, you can see that the main structure where the front door is has been squared off. And the one larger dormer on the rear has been changed just to one smaller one. And the master bedroom on the left-hand side has still stayed one story. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a infill, which is adjacent to and associated with the little 4-bay, circa 1850s dwelling up front. So obviously that what is going to be viewed from Pleasant Street as well as Camilla, I think is the name. Of that side street. Appreciate the changes and getting rid of the rocket ship, if you will, of the bay of the main block of the infill dwelling, and reducing the roof walk. I think Sana has provided a lot of the changes that the board has requested, and I appreciate the little 4-light window in the void of that gable on the rear. I think it was missing something, so thank you for doing that. My only main comment, substantive comment, was while I noticed that the 2/2 windows are still there, I think there was discussion before about possibly having 6/6. I understand the 2/2s match the Greek Revival up front. However, I think looking at historically of why window changes, pane sizes have changed over time, it's as the glass got easier and less expensive to make, they got bigger pane sizes. But 6/6 may be beneficial in having it not matchy-matchy, if you will. So if there was any changes to it, that would be something that I would recommend. Thank you.
Could I ask clarification of Holly's comment there?
Yep.
Were you suggesting that the new massing in the back be 6/6?
Not necessarily the main mass, let me rephrase it. The main block, so now that it's more of a substantial of a block and then it kind of telescopes back, that the block itself to have 6/6 versus, and I don't know if
So just the north elevation or turning to the east and west?
I think that would be up to the board to decide, but I wanted to bring that up as a comment because it was brought up last time. So hope that answers your question, Abby.
Yeah, thank you, Holly. The reason I asked was because I was just thinking the same thing, that there's something about this being a 2/2 that makes it very stark, and I think that would soften it to have the 6/6s.
Hold that thought, just, well, you've already registered that thought, but I do want to get Mickey.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you. So taking the cue from what you're just talking about, I think that that's a great suggestion to go to 6/6 windows. They don't really have to relate to the house in front. This one faces Camellia Lane and it's almost going to feel like a separate house, if not property. So I think that the relationship isn't necessarily important. Down to the details, the door looks like it's scaled to 8 feet tall, which is a rather tall front door. So I would suggest that get dropped down to a 7-foot tall door. And I imagine the windows should probably drop down with it. And now also looking at the side view, it shows that the first floor ceiling height is 9 feet. That could easily drop to 8 feet and we lose a foot of height on this building. That would be a benefit. It's also showing with the first floor like right at grade. So I guess it's a question, is this going to be on a mud block? Because if it's not, it's going to be a foot higher than what's shown. So Sonia, could you set
Yeah,
something?
we'd like to keep it at grade level. as
So
opposed
it will be on a
to-
mud block.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And my last, the windows on the west elevation, I think those could easily align a little bit better vertically above each other. And then the roof walk, as shown on the west elevation, is 8 feet 4 inches wide. That's wider than we normally would want to see, especially on a building of this size. I would drop that to at least 8 feet, if not a little bit under 8 feet. And perhaps just get rid of the roof walk entirely. I'm not even sure it's appropriate on this building. So that's it, thank you.
Vicky, thank you. Okay, who would like to begin? Abby, you've already begun.
Yeah, I'm done.
Really? That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I appreciate the
Just
wide,
windows.
just the windows. I appreciate the wider gable there on the
Okay.
west.
All right, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
I agree with the 6/6. Was there, I had a thought. It was fleeting, apparently. No, I lost it. I'll try and think it through. Come back to me.
Okay. Let's see, Angus, Connie?
I'm happy to go.
Oh, Angus, go ahead.
I think Mickey brings up good points about the verticality of this that could get sorted out. I really appreciate the expansion of the width of the west gable, the main gable. But when I look at the north elevation, it feels so vertical. And then the 2/2s really accentuate that, and the 9-foot ceiling and the 7-foot floor to head. So I feel like the 6/6 is a good suggestion to sort of maybe bring down some of that verticality. And I agree with the door going to 7 feet and the floor to ceiling height coming down to 8 feet. And the upstairs, I think you could keep going with that and make it 6/8 to the top of the windows, so that this starts to get a less vertical feeling across the facade. And I don't believe that this house really needs to match the other one, because I think that it's really going to read as a separate property. It's a different scale. It faces a different street. I think there's enough about it that even though the proximity is close, it'll read as a separate property. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. I agree about the windows. Just one thing, I'm not really in favor of the roof walk. I think it looks just a little out of place on this building. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Connie. Well, this whole time I've been wondering what this would look like if it were a gable forward. And instead of having 3 masses, main mass, middle mass, back, you just had one, gable, ridge running perpendicular to where you are, so that that front wouldn't seem so narrow. It looks like sort of like a north end infill, row house right now. But that idea has not yet been suggested, and so rather than hugely rock the boat, I'm going to stay with what's been said. And I think the 6/6s would be, a tremendous improvement to the overall look of this. I think the idea of aligning that first floor stairway window with the one above it on the west, tremendous improvement. And there was a third thing. Oh yeah, Angus's idea of dropping down from 7 to 6/8, like sort of any gesture you can make to be able to get the overall height down so that the front is not feeling so vertical and row house looking. Those are my comments.
I had another one.
Yeah, go.
So, Sana, did you mention that these are gonna be plank frame style trim?
Yeah, well, it's how it's drawn.
Is that how you're
Yeah,
gonna do it?
that's how we're gonna do
So
it.
you're gonna have a thicker headpiece and a
Yeah.
relief, okay.
Yeah.
That was what I was reaching for earlier. A motion to approve through Exhibit A showing 6/6.
Can I ask a question before?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay? Do you want 6/6 on the whole house and then the door to be 15 light? Like, are we gonna make it all uniform?
I
Or-
would.
I think so.
Okay,
So 6/6
yeah, and then 15.
throughout, 15 light doors with the panel at the base.
Okay,
7 foot instead of.
The second floor north elevation, and as carried through the structure as necessary, bury the window header in the top plate to lower that a little bit. Downsize the, what is the actual height of the door? It's an 8-foot door?
it is an 8-foot door, the front door.
And what's that keyed off of?
It's because the main part of the building is only 17 feet wide, so we're trying to make it seem like a bigger space by giving a little higher ceiling. I'm happy to go down from 8 to 7.5 with maybe a transom above, or to 7 with a transom above.
Yeah, I think 7 maybe with a simple transom.
And then would my windows
That's just
line up-
me. And then lower your windows appropriately.
Lower the windows to 7?
And you're gonna lower, and then your second floor finishes 7 feet,
Yeah, at the window.
yeah.
What about the roof walk?
Roof walk, I didn't hear any issues with.
Oh,
The
so
there are a
next door
couple
neighbor
heights.
has a roof walk that we've already shown in pictures. And there are roof walks in that area, and it's literally the one thing.
Yeah, actually, let me rephrase, I didn't hear any concerns that resonated with me. I mean,
Okay.
it's a 2-story structure in Nantucket, it's roof walkable.
Yeah.
It would be nice if it had a chimney, but, I think that would actually that would be a very relevant character adding element.
Put a big one up there.
Do you want to just make some minor revisions to this to show the chimney and I can do an Exhibit A, I'll try it. Exhibit A, 6/6, lower the top plate, as stated on the second floor, 7-foot door with a simple transom and the same trim, and the windows on the first floor main mass lowered in proportion, and more traditional 15 light. Well, they would be 12 light, right, with a
12
kick
light.
panel, 12 light with a kick panel, French doors.
Lower the floor height?
I'm comfortable with that, and you said you're doing a mud sill?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll move the window too, to line up.
Yeah, the west,
Oh,
the
oh,
west
which one
window.
is that? Yeah.
On the
So-
west, there's a
see how it
broad
looks like
window.
the building is burping.
I'm happy
Wait.
to do that.
Can I second for discussion?
Oh, gotcha.
Second for discussion.
Mr. Chair, can you second that for discussion?
Yeah, go ahead, Angus.
Oh, I'd feel so much, I know this has been a long haul, but I feel like we're finally almost there. I'd really love to just see these revisions, all done. Uh,
Well,
it seems like a
Angus,
lot of things.
There is a
point of
motion
order.
already
Yeah.
on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to force it through if you guys want to do that, but
No, but-
I want to be clear on procedure,
Yeah.
like, discussion on a motion isn't to tank the motion, it's discussion on the motion.
Just throw it in. Okay.
Just to be clear, but if you all are not comfortable moving forward, you can, express it, I guess, since I have a motion in a vote.
That'll become apparent.
Sorry. Through the chair. Through the chair.
Okay, yes, through the chair. Okay, so Angus, though I hear what you're going to say, or what you did say, I'm going to put it to a vote. So for anybody who, is very uncomfortable with an Exhibit A versus looking at some revisions, you can do so via your vote.
Yeah.
So,
Exhibit A, and I will do everything that you ask.
okay, well, that's the assumption if there's an Exhibit A.
but I
But
mean,
the
I will-
motion
I will
is.
happily do whatever you want
That's
to
the
get it.
motion for the Exhibit A, okay? So on the Exhibit A motion, Abby.
I'm an I.
Abby's an aye. Connie,
I,
all right. Angus,
Nay.
okay. Stephen,
Was he an or a no?
he was a nay.
Okay. I was going to vote no if he voted aye. but
Uh,
I'll vote aye.
Okay, and I'll vote in favor as well. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'll write up a nice neat one.
You should see Gladiator too, if you want to see the.
Oh, no, do they count?
Don't say it.
We got a spoiler alert, folks at home, if you're a Gladiator fan.
Thumbs down, we all know what that
Careful.
means.
The gods have
Thank you.
spoken. So,
It's good?
it doesn't, when they say gratuitous violence,
Oh, no,
it's,
really?
I mean,
really?
I saw
I like
about.
the first one.
I did too.
Oh, yeah, no, it is a sequel too. The same story continues.
Well, what's his name? That
It's
wretched
different
guy.
people.
Can't think of his name.
The Joaquin Phoenix character?
Yeah. Let's see. His dad was
There are lots of them.
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Would you chair again while I do another exhibit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long one.
Thank you.
Matthew.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Howdy. Let's see, let's check your board here. As you may have noticed, Steven and I are doing role reversal tonight. So you got the two of us, you got Angus, you have Abby. Carrie is not here, so why don't we hear from Mr. Joe Paul? Joe, are you
Okay.
there?
I'm here, sir.
Okay.
Okay, with your permission. to
Yeah,
begin,
go.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. So you've seen this structure, I think, once or twice before.
Comments.
The remaining issues that the board had raised were on the south elevation. So two things. One is previously the front pent roof and the side pent roof, which is on the east, on the east, were not connected, and they were actually at different heights. And one of the observations was that the board would prefer that those actually created a hip and were continuous, and so that's what we've done. Now, because they were at different heights, we did have to raise the header beam of the porch. And one way to compensate for that was we added some transoms above the secondary mass windows, which I think you can see here. It was looking a bit, there was too much shingle above the window, and we thought that this was a good solution. I do think that the hip is a more successful solution in terms of connecting those two, so I appreciate that. All the trim color previously was natural. We changed that to gray per the board's suggestion. And then the other significant change was on the longitudinal elevations, which is the east and the west. And Abby, you had requested that we drop that roof as much as we could, and we were able to drop it by a foot. So there is a more distinctive break between the masses, if you will.
Those were the majority of the changes. We just had a few perspectives that were included in the view pack, which again, I think they were great suggestions, so thank you. And with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. Anybody want to speak on this before it goes to the board? Seem not. Okay, board members.
I'm happy to start.
Yeah, thanks, Angus. Go ahead.
I appreciate the pent roof wraparound. I thought that was a great suggestion and I like the look of it. But looking in the south elevation, is the mass to the left is what is really looking like in 13, Nancy, and is the that reads as the main mass. And so to have these larger windows via the transoms, I appreciate the thought of filling in that shingle space, but they seem kind of overwhelming compared to the windows. They make the windows on the main mast first floor look small. Not to say that I would make those larger, but maybe just lose the transoms. And I appreciate the other changes. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Who's next? Abby, Joe, Stephen's busy at the moment.
I actually heard every word that Angus said, and I agree with him.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it, actually.
Okay, very good.
I could.
Come on,
Joe.
Joe.
Yeah, I agree partially with the previous comments. I do think that perhaps the gable elevation that we're looking at, that the 4 windows, 2 on each side of the door, maybe they do get taller so that the sill height comes down a little bit and that datum line gets broken of the continuous sill height. I think I like the transoms and the way that they ground that pent roof that wraps around. I'm just trying to visualize it without them, and I think it will appear to be leggy. And once they got removed, I just think that would look a little bit top heavy. So, but I don't disagree with the comment about the amount of glass then competing with the main elevation. So I think maybe the remedy is to make those windows taller, those 4 in the gable. Yeah, I think from that view, if they came down a little bit more, so it read maybe a little bit more like I hesitate to say the word storefront, but I don't think they need to come down much, like 3 shingle courses. But anyway, those are my comments.
Okay, can you raise those windows?
I don't think, so the gable forward, do we want to raise those or lower those?
Well, I think what, okay. Joe's comment just now was sort of a variation on Angus's comment, which is, okay, so lose the transoms, but then they want, like, raise the windows. Joe, am I getting this right? You have the front.
No, I like the transoms, and because I think that they make the pent roof work. I think, but the glass area, I don't disagree, it competes with the glass area in the gable end. So increase the height of the windows in the gable end on the lower floor. Drop the sill, in other words.
Can totally do that.
You can do
Yes.
that, which means that the porch roof would raise.
Well, I think he's suggesting lowering the sill, or are you talking about raising the header height? Because we could.
Yeah, lowering the sill so that then I think when you look at it obliquely, which I think is the previous perspective,
Got it.
all the sill heights don't line up. And I think that it reads a little bit more prominent that way because it's a little bit more like a storefront entry. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does now. Thanks. I thought you meant you were raising.
No, I think the header height could stay where they are. I think it's just dropping the sills. This elevation is telling because that pent roof works really well with this whole long side elevation, and as it comes around the corner, I think it makes those transoms necessary.
Okay.
And interestingly, I think it visually cuts the height of the building visually in a good way.
Agree.
Good idea.
All right, so Abby, I think it's to you.
I'm enjoying the transoms, and I think it does give it a sort of a storefront, or it really gives it an identity that I think works. And, yeah, it's a good-looking building.
So would it be safe to say that what we're talking about right now is net, we're going to keep the transoms, keep the height of the hipped roof, and drop the sills of the 4 windows that are on either side of the door on that gable?
I think so.
Is that where we wound up with this discussion? I believe it was. In which case, we could do a very simple Exhibit A, showing just that.
That's my motion for Ray to do Exhibit A.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. See, there goes to you. Okay, let's see, there's a motion for an Exhibit A. On that motion, Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you
All
go.
right,
Thank
Matt.
you.
Now you're on to 15, Nancy Ann.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Please.
Okay, so this structure, there was some more discussion about the elevation of the second floor header height and its relationship to the 2 gable forward massing, or masses, if you will. So what we've done, sorry, it's taken a minute to load, but we've basically pulled, if you recall, the previous iteration, the second floor windows were spaced far enough apart where they were coming, the exterior trim casing was coming too close to the rake boards. And so we've pulled those 2 windows closer together. And then we've also changed all of the all the roof pitches to 7/12, where previously there were 6 or 6.5. So any gable forward now is, all the gable forwards are 7 pitch, which I believe is the preferred minimum. And you can see that most prominently in the south elevation. Again, pulled those 2 windows closer together, changed the pitch to 7, and hopefully that is, oh, and then also conversely, we did drop on the longitudinal elevation, which is the east and the west, we dropped the ridge height by 1 foot, which is about the most we could do it, but I do think that it was successful. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So it's me, Ray, Angus, Abby, and we'll stick with Joe just for consistency on these 2, 13 and 15. Comments? Abby?
I have a question. The roof is labeled dove gray. And is that an accepted,
That was actually referencing the previous iteration with the metal roofs, and I think that we've since requested that we change them to asphalt. So I think that's
Okay.
a typo. I apologize.
okay, very good, because that was my only, no, I think it looks good. Thanks.
Thanks. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Does someone have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted, changing the roofing to, is it black
Yeah,
asphalt?
Asphalt, black would be preferable if we do panels.
Yeah, with changing the dove gray
Moray
to
black.
moray black, moray
or
eel
similar.
black.
And will you write that on the
Yes, I
COA conditions? Thanks. On Abby's motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you very
Matt.
much. Appreciate your time.
Don't go too far. 74 Mattocket Road.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any more sweets?
I don't.
Something from Italy?
Eureka had some really nice ones, which,
Good timing, though. She didn't wait till you were finished. Do you want another piece of chocolate from down here?
No, that,
Oh, no, after 4.
I
that's
wanted the
right.
nougat. Yeah, after four, no chocolate.
Okay, Matt, when you get it up there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this, I think, once previously. A lot of the conversation revolved around the front massing. And so currently we have a gable forward mass, if you will. And one of the concerns that was expressed was that the termination of the projecting gable on Nantucket Road was terminating, and I think I just pulled it up here, terminating at like a perfect intersection of the perpendicular ridge, if you will. So in this elevation, what we've done is reduce the width of the overall gable so that there is about a 24-inch eave return, and so that it appears to be more of a secondary mass, if you will. The other change that we made was we changed the first floor wraparound porch to a shallower pitch. I think previously we had a 6 pitch, and so we changed it per the board's suggestion. Again, I think they're all great suggestions, and I think that is the majority. Oh, we also dropped the height. I believe we dropped the height somewhere in the range of close to a foot, not quite a foot, but we did drop the height because that was something that the board had also requested. So again, I think that secondary massing, specifically gable forward, being reduced in terms of its width and creating more of an eave return, if you will. Because of the overhang, it actually is more in the range of 3 feet, which you can see there. I thought it was a great suggestion, drops the scale, and hopefully the board feels the same way. So with that, I would look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone have any concerns? A single concern or more? You can see everyone previewed this.
Is this our first time looking at this? Or am
Abby,
I-
I'm sorry, what?
Is this our first time? I'm having deja vu.
No, we looked at it once
Okay.
before, and the cross gables was determined to be too strong a feature.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember this. I don't know, I think it looks good.
Matt, just give us a moment as we digest.
Of course.
I have a question.
Angus,
I could probably just look on the application, but what is that overhang on the gables?
Matt,
Hey.
feel free to.
I believe it's somewhere in the range of 6 inches at max.
You mean the rake?
Yeah, that's what I interpreted it to be. On the cross gable, the primary gable, it's more in the range of, I think, like 9 to 12. I don't think it's quite 12, but somewhere in that range. But the front gable is flush. It does step. You can kind of see where the, I guess it would be the pediment or where the rakes meet. That is flush, and then it steps back slightly. I want to say not more than 6 inches.
Thanks, Matt. I'm happy to start with comments.
Please.
I appreciate where this is going, and I think that we're going to have a lot of angles that are somewhat shown in the northeast perspective view, just because the nature of Wannacomet Road, we're sort of going by more than sort of stopped in front. And to me, it has a nice sort of rural, as there's sort of a transition there as you head out towards Nantucket, more of a rural sort of farmhouse feel. And I think that the overhangs help with that. And so if anything, I would encourage just accentuating those a little bit more. I think the more that sort of projects out beyond, especially in I guess it would be the east gable, the east-west gable, the further that sort of pulls away from that north-south gable, I think the more successful it gets. I think it was a good move to step that in the 24 inches, but I feel like the more that there's an overhang on the east and west gables, but and even the front gable. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with this. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Who's next?
I can go.
Ray.
Matt solved my concern, which was this cross gable thing with the valleys that come right down to the corner boards. That's gone now, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I'm appreciating the proportion, the symmetry. I have one question about the trim. It says the trim and the sash are white. In the drawing, it looks like the sash is black, which I was kind of appreciating before I knew it wasn't, but it's,
I believe it's all, all white.
it's all white. So the trim, yeah, I wouldn't mind a little contrast in there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. I have no concerns. Thank you.
I agree with what's been said. I'm okay with the color as white, but, and appreciate the changes. What would we like to do?
I don't know, let's go have a party there.
A motion to approve?
I can.
Yeah.
Go for it.
That was me, right?
Ray's
I
motion
move
to approve. On your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Let's see, Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you very much.
There's Ethan. Good evening. You're gonna hate me. I've been thinking about this one.
Uh-oh,
Uh-oh.
Nice.
that's a bad thing, thinking.
He's been thinking about it, and I can guess that it's not in a favorable way.
The best thing is I don't think about it.
It's a pivot. We shall see whether it's favorable or not. All right, Ethan, you know the,
Yeah, we made the comments you requested.
we
The
made the
changes.
comments?
We made the changes in the comments. Per your, yeah, so the friendship stairs in the front, we made it a single entry step, basically towards the hotel. We took the clapboard off, made it shingle, simplified the whole front so it's less formal and more some basic. Took out the pilasters and just simplified the whole front entrance. We enlarged the second floor windows so they're more proportionally correct to the space. Also brought down the fascia board. Well, originally the you can see the first iteration on there, and it has the wraparound gutters and all that ornamentation. Kind of removed that, removed the lower fascia board, all that stuff. Brought the windows up to the bottom of the header there and put the heights on it as well. For the floor heights.
Thank you. Let's see, Holly, did you have anything on this in this area?
I had really no concerns on the original, but I think the revisions, based on what the commission wanted, I think are appropriate and no further concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's see, who'd like to begin?
Evening.
Mickey?
Thank you.
Okay.
So the changes look good. Our only comments were perhaps keep the shutters because they added a little bit of interest to the building. And then it's really just a question of, I'm assuming this is a modular house, so that's why you have that fairly large, I think it's 22 inches between the ceiling and the second floor.
Correct.
Can that be reduced at all? That seems like more than what we're used to seeing. Is that? Because it adds depth to the shingle space between the windows.
I
What's
think
the
that was a
question?
question to you.
What was the question? I don't know. It's a modular, they have those double floor systems, so it's what it is, right?
Then that can't be reduced.
Right.
No, they.
The way the
yeah.
boxes come, they're two boxes sit on top of each other.
Yeah, the factory.
Yep. Okay. This seemed more than what we're normally used to seeing, but that's all right. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
I appreciate the changes. Mickey beat me to the comment about the shutters. I kind of missed those. But I appreciate it just sort of simplifying. Feel like it fits in with what's on the street better. Thanks.
Yeah.
We do have the streetscape view if you want to scroll to that.
Yeah, can we go to that? Because that's going to key into my comments.
No, keep going. There you go.
Here, there are those little dinky houses.
Can I go?
Yeah.
I think, Ethan, this needs another step down. One, I'm gonna say this just because it's bothering me, and it's really not visible except for maybe not at all, but these round columns on the east and west and north. The other is that I think what the structure needs is a hip roof country porch. It is so, even with the shingles, the transom here, it's so formal, and compared to looking at the streetscape, you've got these little bungalows left and right. Now, maybe this is the direction the street is gonna go in, but, which is to say that those structures are gonna come out and become more formal. But there's nothing in this structure that reads to me, other than the fenestration of the hotel or the smaller structures to the right. We just spent a great amount of time on Lowell Place on a structure that's around the corner that, you know, people who've been designing homes on Nantucket for decades haven't even traveled down that street. This is a very well-traveled street. So my concern is that this is and I'm not saying that you need to make a major change, but what is presented is inherently incongruent with the streetscape. And I think the simple solution personally is a hipped roof, covered porch, kind of a country approach to it, tone down the frontis around the front door. Just my thoughts. Who's next?
Oh, quick question. I think the reason why they didn't do the porch is because Concom, it's restricted to the footprint of the existing building. That's why they didn't elaborate.
You know what, I got this to say, and I've been sitting on this since John told me.
I mean, that's what he told me.
We worked with the Concom a lot. They need to start working with the Historic District Commission. This is a Nantucket, Nantucket is a National Historic Landmark. And a little bit of flexibility for an open space, it doesn't even count as ground coverage, for God's sakes.
I know.
That's all I'm gonna say about that.
I'd like to go because I want to agree with you about, well, so first of all, that it's standing there alone. You can look at it right there. It doesn't relate to the smaller buildings on the right. Doesn't relate to the big hotel. And if you put a porch on that, it will relate to the hotel. And I think it will sit better. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but.
Like a farmer's porch all the way across the front?
Just across the front.
Yeah, I'm not going to design it. I'm just saying
I'm
that.
just asking.
Yeah.
With hips on each side matches the main structure.
Yeah, the other thing that I'm not sure how you could do it or if you need it, but if there was some kind of additive massing on to one side, no, you're nailed in there.
Yeah.
Well, it's just that it is sort of a standalone, it looks a little lonely there. I wish it related, let's see what happens if you're able to put a porch on there. The other thing is that the chimneys seem a little scrawny to me. I don't know if they could be pumped up a little bit,
They can be
so it
pumped
looks sort of historic, proportionately correct.
Also, remember, that's 2 dimensions. That house is set way behind the hotel.
Okay.
Pretty far behind the hotel.
So you have room for a porch, okay.
Thanks, Ethan. Let's see, Ray?
So my office used to be directly across the street from the lot this is going on, and I used to look out there all the time. And so the context, of course, the Nantucket Hotel is a very large structure by Nantucket standards, but it does have this very distinctive identity with porches and it's got a turret and it's got all these things and different volumes here and there. So that's one thing. And then the rest of the area, pretty much, with the exception of the White Elephant Hotel, which is also quite large, and the Breakers, which is also quite large, is very bungalow style, including where my old office was. And even the stuff that Carp put up for the White Elephant next to my old office, those rental house things, they're all kind of designed in a cottage style way. So the best way I can describe this the way I feel about this is it's like somebody showing up with a tux to a backyard barbecue. And it's like, it just seems like it's gonna stand out, you know, it's Main Street, but it's moved down to Brant Point. And I thought that getting rid of some of the ornamentation was gonna do it for me, but it actually didn't, you know, I mean, that's it. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so, thank you.
Okay, so that leaves us with, let's see, Angus, you went, right? Connie?
So originally, I was going to say that this looks, you know, appropriate, but listening to the comments, I have to agree about the front porch, and I think that would add an element to tie it in with the hotel. I think that would work. Thank you. There's a hand raised.
There's a hand raised.
John Schaefer. Wherever that is. I have something to say too.
Okay, Abby, why don't you finish?
Okay,
and then
so,
we'll
so,
go-
you know, Joe Paul's project that's on the corner there as you go up Cliff Road? That, yeah, Captain's Corner. That's got some really neat details that you could work into this instead of it being so formal. I think it's got you could throw in a turret, you could do some diamond windows, but just a thought to keep in mind, that one on the corner, if you've been watching.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then one last thought before we go to whoever's in the public is, Ethan, these chimneys are functional or faux?
They're decorations.
Yeah, I
'Cause
mean,
don't
I think you
like
could,
flat blank.
if you went with a covered porch, country porch, you could axe one of them. I don't think
Yeah,
it
I think
adds
if
to
you
it.
do a country porch, put a center chimney.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and then, I'm sorry, who did we say was in the public?
John Schaefer.
John, are you speaking on 77 Easton?
No.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, hi,
Hi, good evening.
how are you?
Thanks.
Good, just here as a member of the Conservation Commission saying that we're always happy to work with you.
Oh, we appreciate that.
Saying what?
Oh, God bless you.
Love
All
that.
right.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We'll have a cup of coffee.
So we can do our porch.
Okay.
Thanks, John. John's willing to work with us. He's from the Concom.
Oh, cool.
He extended an open hand. Linda was over there barking about it. Okay, so, Ethan, what do you think about a porch?
I'm fine with the porch. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll put a farmer's porch across the front, hip roof, which will also die up underneath the windows and get rid of that big space between the second floor and first floor windows.
Yeah.
Eliminate the chimneys, put a central mass chimney on like you'd find in this type of style house.
Yeah,
And I think that, there you go.
I think it gets you about 60% of the way there, but.
Yeah, wrap it around one of the
but
corners.
It's probably what we're gonna get.
I mean,
so.
yeah, I mean, adding the shutters one on the left, I originally had shutters on it, but they never put it on when they built the building, so.
Looks a little kitschy.
Could you wrap the new front porch around one of the corners?
We
to
can't
make
because
it-
of the setbacks.
Okay, so
Can't because of setbacks.
you
And the
are
columns
stuck.
on the rear and side round or door columns matching the hotel, because we
Okay,
simplified
you're
the
gonna
house.
see it from there?
Yeah, you can see it from the hotel, and it's kind of like when you're in
Yeah,
there
gotcha,
looking, yeah.
okay. So do we have an exhibit A to, from Ray to show a country covered hip roof
I can
porch?
try.
You can do exhibit A?
Well, you can correct it. No, or you do it. I'll do it.
Okay, no wrapping it around the corner, so.
Now I can do what I want.
Should my columns be Doric, matching the hotel, or
Your columns on the front, I think, need to be
Square.
simplistic square.
perfect? Got it.
That's
That's-
Abby's motion, and let's see.
Can I second for
Abby?
discussion?
I'm sorry?
Can I second for discussion?
Sure. Never
Just with that porch, that would just be a center stair going up, and it would be raised, obviously, right?
Correct.
With like a lattice underneath it or something.
Lattice matching the hotel.
Yeah.
It's not, the hotel doesn't have a lattice, it has vertical boards.
But they have vertical boards.
Yeah.
Martin Box has triangles, I think, or lattice.
diamond.
Lattice, or vertical horizontal lattice.
But it does have that
I mean, would you
front.
want it to match the hotel, act like it's its own entity, and we could do the lattice, but instead of diamond,
Yeah,
90 degrees? I mean, it's a,
I think we'll just do,
And
just
would
gonna
that be between like masonry piers or something, or is it just like
well,
all?
it's a porch, so it's just gonna be open underneath.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
okay, I just want to take a look at that now that we're.
If you zoom into the hotel, you could see the porch.
Yeah, can we
and
look at
lattice.
just the elevation again quickly?
Can you zoom into that? No, not that. The hotel down below, you can see the lattice, or the,
Well, I hate to do this, but since Angus brought it up, is there some reason we can't lower the structure overall?
it's already at the flood height.
Oh, okay, you're at design flood
Yeah, and we
elevation.
included the flood certification
Gotcha.
thing in how it's
Okay,
high.
fair enough. I forgot about FEMA even though we were discussing it. It's just getting to be that hour.
Yeah.
Okay, Abby, I would ask if you're okay with it,
yeah.
just so you can address maybe stylistically the porch
Oh, it's right
and the
there.
lattice as we
Right there.
have Ray do the exhibit A.
It's right there on the, you can see it on the side. That's what would be, to match that stuff.
Okay,
boards.
you comfortable drawing that
Yes.
out? Okay, so that's Abby's exhibit A.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask.
Very concise, and was there any other questions?
No. Well, actually, what's the lattice discussion? I missed that.
Well, it was as opposed to a vertical board underneath the porch.
I'll just do lattice.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor of the motion, let's see, Abby,
I'm an I.
Ray,
All right.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Hi.
and I'm an aye.
And that was lattice or vertical board?
It's gonna be the drawer's choice.
Lattice.
Thank you.
Vertical
We're gonna
board in the front.
surprise you.
Okay, bye.
Either would be appropriate. I think personally, if it's gonna be countryish, it should be lattice, but.
And that porch roof is really going to fix the window to window thing. Nice.
Okay, let's see, Linda, good evening. What happened?
I don't know, it got short when he was here.
Oh,
How do you get it up there? You do what?
there's a bolt, screw, handle. There you go. Careful, don't pull it up. Be careful. That thing comes loose, it's gonna take out your chin.
I know, but it's loose already, and you think
All
having
right.
attached. Well,
All right,
we'll fake it.
we'll limp through it. Your board is Ray, Angus, Connie,
And Joe,
and Joe, and I'm not on this one.
I don't know how you escaped,
Oh, yeah, right.
Bio break.
Did you want,
because you're on the next two, so don't go far.
Just a quick bio break.
are we just doing one chimney on 77?
In the middle, yeah.
Yes, in the middle.
Linda?
Well, it is what it is. I'm just short. I'm not that short. It is, see, it's loose already.
Oh, you're
Never
fixing
mind.
it. I see. I
Never
see.
mind.
Yeah.
I don't care.
It's not included on the agenda, but actually Stephen is indicated as an alternate at the last meeting, December 3rd.
Yes, I do.
So
I'm
you are
short.
as an alternate, Mr. Chair,
You
sorry.
thought you were gonna get out.
Well, then the board is myself, Angus, Connie, Joe, and Stephen.
Okay. He tried to get away.
Take a quick nap.
Here we go.
There were just a few minor changes that had to be made. They were made. If you want to go to the elevations, please. Joe suggested that we go back to the front door that we had before with more glass in it, which we did. You can't see it anyway. If you recall any of the photos that we had in here the first time, which were a lot of photos of everybody in the neighborhood, this is actually behind a couple of houses because you have to get up to it by easement, and it's sort of in the middle of an oasis back there. So you can't even see it except for the very top of the house. We did correct the detail on the roof walk. We changed the color to gray and Essex green, or whatever they call that color now, for the windows and the doors. And the other issue was the proportions of the gambrel, which he said he fixed this time. And then on the back elevation, there was an issue with the railing and the outdoor chimney, which you can't see from anywhere anyway, because that's even further away from the street, because it's on the back side of the structure. So if you want to go to the next elevation, please, for the rear. There it is. They sort of monkeyed with the second floor railing, but you can't see it anyway from anywhere, so. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, everybody thought it was okay, because there are so many gambrels in the neighborhood and so many houses that are actually bigger than this house, including the one in front of us,
All right,
which is
we'll
why
see
we
if we
can
still
barely
have-
see over the top of it, even with the roof walk.
Okay, here we go. Board members, I think you know who you are. Who would like to begin? Oh, boy. Come on, kids.
I'm happy to start.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to figure out the difference with the gambrels. I remember having an issue with them sort of being a little too vertical. I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is.
They changed from on the top chord, Angus, they went from a 5 and 12 to a 6 and 12 pitch.
That's what we were asked to do.
And
A little less.
I'm just comparing like on the proposed south and previous south, the height of that, the first leg to the second leg of that was lower in the previous and now is higher, but with a steeper pitch. And I'm trying to figure that out. That must be because that main roof in between the gables dropped significantly. Maybe.
And it's, yeah, and it's not visible.
Yeah, may I, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So Angus, the lower chords were extended up and then the upper chords pitch was changed. It was increased.
Right. Anyway, I appreciate the changes. Thanks.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Who's next?
I can go. This is Joe speaking.
Joe, go.
I appreciate the changes and I have no concerns.
Okay, very good, thank you. Let's see, Steve and Connie.
I'll go. Oh, you
Steven?
can go, Connie.
I was just gonna say ditto.
All right, Connie's
Thank you.
in.
Are these, is there a floor plan?
Yeah. I think it's, always puts them first.
Level 2. So these are faux chimneys?
Yeah.
Okay. They look a little odd being so short, but that's because I'm used to seeing them to code.
5 feet out of the
so-
roof, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I would think add 6 inches or something to the height, but other
Okay.
than that, I don't have any concerns. Okay. Oh, look, it said raised chimney 6 inches.
Doesn't
Needs
it?
another 6.
Stephen, are you looking at they're
Proposed south.
3.5 feet off of the ridge.
That's all we need.
That's not, that's not low by any stretch.
It's 2 feet within 10 feet of anything, 2 feet above.
Yeah.
But they just look relative to the, to me, relative to the roof walk. It's not a big deal, it looks a little odd. But not like a foot too short odd, more like 6 inches too short.
Don't put me through staff, will you?
No, it's not that big of a deal.
I think we can move this.
For the change in colors for the gray trim and the Essex green windows.
Angus, were you about to say something?
I was going to make a motion if everyone's said their say.
Yep, I'm on board.
Approve as submitted with raising the chimney 6 inches.
Oh, geez, we don't want to go back through staff,
We'll
Angus.
just do it as a condition on the COA application.
Yeah, you shouldn't if we just have it as a condition.
Submit your drawings for that.
No. Okay,
Write it in there.
all right, thanks, Angus. On Angus's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
We changed the
Joe,
color, too.
Aye.
They'll change the
Connie,
color.
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
I'm in favor.
Thank you.
There we are.
Is there a color change?
Somebody write some kind of language.
I'll
about
deal with it.
it.
Okay,
Okay, that brings us to 45B Vestal. It's myself, Ray. Val is not here. Angus, Abby, and
Joe?
let's see, I think, are we rotating? Where are we if it was rotation?
Well, they were both on the last one.
Okay, so Connie, pick a number between 1 and 10.
4.
Joe?
11.
What's that?
That's a 4.
Connie,
Oh,
you're up.
jeez.
Okay, and Connie.
Been a long day, hasn't it, people? All right.
Linda, go ahead.
It's the pool. We had discussed the last time about there is already a substantial privet on both sides of that. And you asked us to give a little bit more natural vegetation on the inside of the privet, which we are with cedars. And then the 4-foot fence inside that. So you won't be able to see that. And the pictures that we put up before, which I think are still in the packet here, you can't see the pool, period, because it's so much lower than the street level. And we have planting beds that tear down to it, and we have the shed, which blocks it entirely from the left side. And then we have a fence in the a type 2 cap picket fence, natural to weather in the parking area, which even further blocks it. But the shed really does the job, because it's such a different in elevations. And
Bless you.
bless you. You can't see it, period. And we have had an extensive conversation with the neighbors, and apparently they understand the parking situation, that we've got a turnaround so we don't have to use theirs. They do share the parking and the driveway, and they understand where the parking's gonna go, where the turnaround is, where the fence is, and where the screening. The plantings are on the inside of the type 2 cap picket, so it's completely invisible to anybody but those standing in it. And let me check my notes.
That's it?
That should be it.
Okay. Did you want to?
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything to add. I just wanted to remind you that there were abutters concerns, and I do know they're in the queue. I don't know if they are wanting to speak at all.
Okay, let's see. Butters, if you have information in relation to the changes and that is different than prior comments, and you'd like to speak, please let us know by raising your hand. And if you don't have something to add, we did register your concerns, including in the correspondence we received and comments at the meeting. Okay. Who would like to go?
Oh, I could start. I'm just okay with this because there are so many pools over there, and even though it's in the front of the house, I think with the fencing and the greenery, it's just what it is over there. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. Let's see, Angus? Connie?
I'm okay with this also. Thank you.
Ray?
I don't even need to look at it. If Abby says she's okay with it, I know that I am.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll remember this.
that's the pool thing, right? Okay, so Abby, did you want to?
Make the motion?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
This is-
God.
No way. Wait,
Wow.
stop, everybody.
Don't push it.
Dun, 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 dun,
It's no-
8:07,
I
12:17.
think Abby's about to make a motion to approve.
No way. I'm starting to sweat bullets over here.
No, it's
That's the
feel a little
chocolate.
strange
That's
around
the
here.
chocolate from earlier, don't worry about it.
Oh, my Lord.
You're gonna roll with it?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay.
My goodness.
On your motion, Abby.
I'm
Or as
not-
revised.
As,
As revised.
yeah, as submitted
Yes.
here at the table.
Yeah.
Ray,
I,
let's see, Connie,
Aye.
and Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. Abby's
over
come
in a
on
dead
over to
faint
the
here.
dark side.
We're going over to the dark side.
Just teasing, of course. No, Linda, I just thank you for making changes. Okay, that moves us to 69 Hummock, Hardscape. Your board is myself, Ray, Connie, Angus, and Abby, so the same board.
Okay, the big concerns the last time were the parking area with that fancy little round circle thing and the grading down off the slope. If you look at the changes, we have sort of softened the slope. It's very, very similar to where the house is that I got demolished. I did all the work on the grading in the house beforehand. Where the house was, it's very, very similar to the location and its relationship to the grade. And we softened the grade going down, and we, remember, it's 400 feet or more from the road, so you can't really tell what it is. And we already changed the granite steps to be just granite steppers in the grading. And the other issue was the parking area. And we softened it, took the circle out of it, and then just made it your normal parking area and curved it in a little bit. So those were the two major issues the last time.
According to your recollection.
Well, according to reviewing the video again,
Okay.
I can't get those hours back.
No, none of us can. Let's see.
Mr. Chair.
Holly.
Thank you. So for the record, this is the Sunshine Farm, circa 1920s, Mr. Thomas McGrath. And you all approved the relocation of Little Cottage on site, so this is the infill, with all the different new structures. Appreciate the changes specifically to the driveway. That was one of my concerns, as it seemed very formal for this very rural area. Again, this is a farm, country-like setting, and it should be reflected even with this infill. But my only question is Burnt Swamp Lane is a dirt road. The hashing colors on the plan indicate as if this is going to be some sort of, hard material. I don't know what that is. I didn't
No
see
apron.
that.
No apron.
No, I know no apron.
Hold on a
but
minute, Linda, please.
my question is what the material is, because it's not indicated on the site plan at least. I'm not too sure if it was reflected on the application, but I think that's important to note. But other than that, I appreciate the changes, that it's less formal. It could be reduced a little bit more, make it more country-like, but those are my comments.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, on Holly's comment, if anything is between our gravel and burnt swamp, it's usually like 2 or 3 courses of Belgian block to keep the gravel in the property, but not an apron.
And it's a pea stone driveway.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone? Comments?
We've beaten it to death.
Did we get an answer about the material to the
It's
driveway?
pea stone.
Yeah, pea stone.
Can I go?
Yeah,
I
please.
just have so what's the relationship with the neighbor to your right? Are they related or? 'cause-
You're talking about standing in Hummock Pond to the left?
Yeah, to the,
Left.
yeah, on the opposite side of the driveway.
Are we
There's-
doing a family tree or something?
No, I just want to know, because
one
if
you-
they should get to be
Abby, are
able
you
to use
talking
the
about the one
pool,
down
'cause
there?
It's really close.
Oh, I
What?
gotcha.
You're talking about the McGraths, which is on the
Yes,
south side?
Yeah,
They're not, obviously, our property's been sold out of that whole group.
right.
McGrath is still over on that side, but they are also, I believe, putting their house out for sale.
So they're okay with it, because I'm
Yeah,
just.
they haven't said anything the whole time, except just to, make not enough noise.
Right. So that kitchen, that's part of the hardscape, isn't it?
Yeah.
That looks a little bit close to the property line for me, but other than that, I drove out here the other day and, I thought you could see this from Hummock Pond, and you really can't. Because
Right.
there's so much vegetation on Hummock Pond.
Which we can't touch.
That, I think that's my only thing, is that's awfully close to the property line.
They have, Abby, to ease your mind, they have an ancillary structure right at that point, blocking our whole thing from them.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Anyone else?
I can go.
Connie?
My concern was the driveway, and that's been answered, so I'm good with this, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Good. Okay, so my concern was, can we go to the site plan and the colorized, the watercolor version? That'll work. And zoom in on the stairs,
On the left or
on the gray
west?
stairs.
Yeah.
So this,
Steve, I think it still shows solid, but it's not. It's
Here?
just
yeah,
in, it's
let's
just
go, hold
in.
on a second, bear with me. And if we could go to the image of the granite, which I think is 2 or 3 before steps.
The photograph. I think it's the other way.
No, you were, that's the right direction. Unless, no, my tablet's upside down.
keep going.
Yeah.
Keep
I think you keep going.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
rolling,
One more.
There they go.
So this and that aren't the same. And the other thing is this is like this really bright Belgian block white granite. So my only concern is, one, is that the steps be spaced, and 2, they'd be a brown granite.
Okay.
Other than that, I think we've covered it all.
Yeah.
Stole my comments.
Pardon?
You stole my comments.
Oh,
But it's all good because you said what I was thinking.
okay, so you'll make the motion to have that be written up as an Exhibit A, and I'll do the Exhibit A?
With brown granite.
Okay, separated per the image.
Yeah, embedded in the
yeah.
the slope.
That'll be Angus on your motion,
Aye?
Abby,
I'm an aye.
let's see,
Connie,
Connie,
Aye.
Ray, and I'm an aye.
thank you.
Okay, now we're on to 21 Pleasant.
And Merry
Mr.
Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas,
Christmas.
Linda.
And
Mr.
Happy
Cole
New
is
Year.
chairing
This next one?
the next A and B,
Oh, yeah, right.
and I'm gonna do an exhibit.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's Mr. Glidden, all set. Good. I know,
very
waiting so patiently.
Are we gonna do hardscape or main house first?
Let me speak first.
I like that idea. But we will be doing in order, main house revision, house lift and replace foundation.
Well, as you all, Richard Glidden on behalf of the applicant, as you
Thank you.
well know, this has been going on for 2.5 years. I've been involved in the last 6 weeks, which is quite interesting. In January of 2023, the owner applied for a permit to lift up the house and put in a new foundation. His understanding was that it was approved. There's some discussion it was approved, but there was never a certificate of appropriateness issued, so it never was valid. He went ahead and put in the foundation, lifted the house, tore out the foundation, put in a new foundation, and built it. And then he went ahead and finished the whole house. It looks pretty nice now. But the issue is, in the file, it says the HTC won't consider any of the hardscaping or the renovations until the foundation issue is resolved. The foundation's done, it's buried, and it's probably 80, I don't know, 80% invisible. But there, you can clearly see it, but they've done a lot of landscaping and planting and hardscaping. The issue is, quite frankly, is if they do enough, if they do more, if we can come to some agreement about the landscaping to hide whatever is left of the foundation that's viewable, do we have a chance of getting it approved so we can move on? Or because if the board's not going to approve the foundation and is insisting that we go, I don't know what we're going to do. I suppose it would be we'd have to raise the house and pull the foundation, or
Okay,
so that's
right.
the issue. I'm just trying to get to solve a 2.5-year-old problem, but I'm not
Right.
sure I have an answer.
So, you know, Richard, I think I remember enough about this application, and Holly and/or Stephen can correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but, so we weren't in favor of removing the old block foundation. Then it was removed, and then it came back as a revision. And my recollection is that we approved the new foundation with the stipulation that the new foundation got scored, like the Parge coat got scored, such that it looked like the old block foundation.
That's correct.
That's my recollection.
I think I made the motion.
Yeah, now, so the interesting thing about that was, at that point, the land was still sloping down, was it not? Sloping down to that piece of property behind that got subbed off?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah,
So
please.
part of the approval, part of the complication here, I don't know where we're going with it, but just to clarify, is that the grade was specified to remain as it was prior to the renovation work, prior to the foundation being replaced without an approval to replace it. However, the grade was changed, it was raised, and as a result, it has created potentially other issues for the neighbor. But I just want to be clear about the grade is something that also changed without approval, and it was a point of contention.
Yeah, well, right, so the grade is certainly, in these photographs, is certainly different than the way I remember it. I remember it sort of sloping back as you went away from Pleasant Street. Let's see. Holly, do you have anything to say on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So for the record, this is a individually significant, circa 1923 to 1949 Foursquare. To give you some, I guess, memories, back in, on January 3rd, 2023, the HDC approved through staff the changes to the structure, which was an addition. And then staff never received that submittal. This was specifically through staff with the replication of the previous foundation of cinder blocks, no extension of the foundation wall under the deck, slab under the deck with a stick-built wall, and vertical board slatting and plant material to soften, and then the fees which were paid. Staff never received that submittal to process the COA. And then in March of 2023, we received a as-built foundation work COA. And at that time, the board reviewed it on April 13th, 2023, and the board made a motion to view and hold for revisions. We never received that. So again, that's why you see all of these two together on your agenda, kind of because they're virtually a package for the building itself. Staff did recently receive what you have in your packet to apparently address the staff approval submittal. However, I didn't feel it was representative of what the commission was asking for, specifically with the fact that there were details within that motion that were not met, as well as there was a view of looking at that cinder block. I think the photos that have been submitted, are helpful. Yes, it looks nice, but I'm not too sure that addresses the concerns, specifically the cinder block, because if you look at what you have purview from the public way off of Candle House Lane, you can see that it's all solid. It doesn't have those indentations as it did when the Bartletts owned it, when it was before the addition was done. So those are my comments for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, and do we have Mickey's comments on this?
Thanks, Ray. Our comments are really currently about the hardscaping, pretty specifically the driveway. So we didn't really discuss the issue of the
Foundation?
The foundation, correct.
I'd like to comment on
Okay.
that.
On Mickey's comment, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I recall, I think that when this was going on, there was actually an historic structures advisory board. Like,
Probably.
and I think the lack of support is problematic. I think it was problematic then,
What are you
now I
referring to?
think that horse is well out of the barn. But I just want to state that, I don't think that there should be, you know, if there is going to be a formally constituted group, that they pick and choose which items they weigh in on. This is a contributing structure from the top of the chimney to the grade, and it's been altered, and I think it would have been helpful to have had some support.
And I think that our concerns are probably the same as yours, but it's really not our place to weigh in on how you handle this situation from here going forward. I mean,
No, I'm not speaking about that, Mickey. In any event, that was my comment on that.
Okay, so, is that all the preliminaries?
Yeah, so I guess my question is it possible, is it sensible to even, to try to have a viewing and see if there's some resolution short of what it's probably going to be a lawsuit? I mean, believe me, it isn't gonna be me, but.
Yeah, no, I get
But,
it.
you know, they're not gonna, everyone agrees that he screwed up and he should have done things differently. And he went ahead without all his approvals, but he did it. You don't have any process to find people that I'm aware of.
We do.
We do, actually.
Yeah.
And they received notice, right?
And it was paid.
They did.
Well, no. They received notice, yes?
They received notice back in, I believe, 2022. And
With
that,
respect to the foundation being constructed without a COA.
correct.
And the condition of satisfying the fine, the condition of satisfying the violation is to fix the violation, not to pay the $300 fine. Because if it was to pay the $300 fine, everyone would be violating it. It's $300 a day until the violation is cured. The violation has not been cured. I mean, just to say, like, that's what it is.
I'm gonna say one other thing, just a procedural thing that I should have called the board on this, but, so it's myself, Abby, Diane is obviously out, Carrie's not here at the moment, Stephen is. The alternative is Val, she's not here. So that's 3 people,
Are you looking?
right?
If I may, I had 5 different people than what you mentioned, Red.
What? Okay, I'm looking at the board for part A of this. Poll, Camp is sitting here. Diane is not, Carrie is not, Stephen is, Val is not. That means 3 people.
I had Steve on there.
What?
If we're talking about the main house, it was Pohl, Welch, Camp, Coombs, and Oliver.
You're not listening to me.
Okay.
Where's Diane Coombs? Right here.
I know, I understand.
Okay, where is Val
You were saying
Oliver
Carrie
right here?
instead of
I'm
Welch.
saying in this room right now, you have 3 people. Right,
Got it.
out of the 5. So I definitely don't want to kick the can down the road on this, but you
Can
know.
I?
Yes, please.
All right, so this is where I'm at on this. And
Okay.
I'll tell you, I haven't really gotten into it with the select board's commissioned assessment of the HDC. But one of the things that the HDC, one of the reasons the HDC agreed for assistance, and this is relevant, bear with me, was to, for the HDC to, as a regulatory authority, understand its regulatory authority, its power to assess violations and fines, and how that could be, and perhaps even how that could be strengthened. That never came to fruition. That's problematic. It's problematic because it results in situations like this. We're in a situation where, as a practical matter, we have a foundation around a finished landscape that was, the work was done with intention, the work was done outside of the approval process, knowingly. It's documented that, you know, this isn't something I'm making up, this is all documented.
Agree.
And we're put in this position where, what are we gonna do? Now, I think as a practical matter, what I think as a practical matter, what I believe we do is we request scoring of the block. We can do that relatively simple. It's a lightweight grinder. They set up a jig for it. They clean it up and it looks realistic. I think that there should be an offer on the part of the individual who did the work in violation to contribute some monies. I'm not suggesting the HCC can compel them to do that. It's not within our act. Violation notices are, fining is, but there should be something there, I think an act of contrition, if you will, seems reasonable to me. And this should be, I think, a catalyst that if someone makes major changes to a historic structure, that the HDC acts definitively, authoritatively to shut it down then and there, and with a $300 a day fine. There's also a $500 a day fine. There's a couple of different vehicles. One is under the act, one is under the town code. There's at least a 300 and a 500. There might be another 300. I'm not suggesting that the HDC gets sirens and drive around and with handcuffs. I just think there has to be some respect for the historic fabric, and this is a contributing structure. And this is not, Mr. Glidden, on you.
I understand.
I'm just kind of at the point where this particular matter has gone on far too long, and if we as a regulatory body do not change our approach, my concern is that this becomes more than norm as pressure builds on making modifications to historic structures. There is a way to do that through the HDC process, and there is a way not to do it. And if you don't do it the way that the process allows, then I think we need to bring the hammer down. So forgive me, everyone, but that was, I think, overdue.
I think it's, would the board agree to continue this for 3 weeks and let me talk to my client and come back with what you're proposing makes a heck of a lot of sense to me.
I can't speak for everyone.
Suggested, not that you're
Yeah,
proposing.
I can't speak for everyone.
I understand that, but would the board consider continuing this to the next meeting, or so I can discuss it with
and
my client?
Frankly, when I used to chair all the time, I was always afraid, or it was a setup if you have 3 people sitting.
Yeah.
And I would really like to have at least 4, but 5 might not be possible. But it does bring up a little bit of a question, which is, do we actually have an application for the foundation, like an ex post facto application for the foundation and for the landscape?
Yes, to answer your question, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 3 applications. One, which was the first one that was approved through staff, okay? That we never received until recently, which I, again, had stated that I don't believe it met your requirements in the condition. Then you have what's on your agenda as well, which is still open for the as-built foundation work, okay? That's where you all had basically asked for a view and for hold for revisions. That never came. That was April of 2023. Then in 2024, you all received a hardscape application, and you specifically said, we need to handle the foundation work. So there's technically 2 pending COAs. And from a logistics standpoint, I believe, and we can look further into the file, but what I saw was the open one is Pole, Welch, Camp, Coombs, which obviously no longer, and Oliver and Patton. So you would have a full board if Oliver gets to, or Val gets to Mullen in. So I think that might be the path forward, if I may.
The only concern is, because, I don't know where this is gonna go, so we need to be very careful with this, is we need to have a legally constituted board, I would suggest. And if Val had missed one of the prior meetings and mullied in, she wouldn't be able to mull it in.
Correct.
So that's the only thing we want to make sure we cover, I think,
Well, if it's 4, it's 4.
and if carry the same thing.
Oh, true, right.
If they, you know, if they've missed one prior and they mullened in, then they wouldn't be able to do it again.
Okay.
Just a
Well, is it
procedural.
is it in your authority, can I agree that you have the authority to continue, I mean, you not have any authority to do anything now that you've only got 3 people?
No,
No, we actually have a quorum, but when you have only 3 people that are voting on something,
Yeah, you
it's
gotta get them all.
loaded.
It's not a very,
So I would suggest that we do hold it. Allow Mr. Glidden to go back and talk to his client, figure out a game plan, and I would just say, you know, I think it's no secret what we were all looking for originally, you know. I remember those discussions pretty plainly, as the members who were also sitting on the application do, and, you know, come in with the plan, the plan.
I think it would be a significant plan.
Okay.
And the
All right.
the issues were, and I don't think 2 of them are gonna change, but somehow scoring the block or the foundation to replicate block, the grade haven't been raised, which I don't think is gonna change. I don't see a practical way to be dealing with that. And having the hardscape, you know, and including having the applications approved, but also we've got like fence around the property that isn't,
Yeah, or the brick drive, is
the
any
brick
of that
drive,
approved?
the hardscape, none of that's been approved.
Okay.
And the fence isn't even type 2, the
Yeah.
picket widths and like, so I just, the only reason I mentioned Mr. Glidden is like, so that whomever you're speaking to understands that there's more than just the
There's a lot of
scoring the
issues.
block, like there's a few open issues and we gotta try and square them away.
Landscape is a pretty substantive,
Yeah.
open
There
issue,
are-
this big
Yeah, yeah,
expanse of brick, the 5-in-1 fence.
And well, there's not much defense, but in his defense, they did submit the hardscape, but then Miss Enforcer made it very clear that the board felt that the foundation had to be dealt with and resolved before they did anything else. So
Well,
don't
she
waste that
wasn't
time
wrong
with
in
this other
saying-
stuff,
But
because- But then he should
Then
have
he
gone
went ahead
ahead
and did the
done it.
work,
Yes, I
yeah.
know.
Okay, all right.
I just didn't want you to waste time
No, no.
on, in your process, cause I don't, you know, what's going on in the
Mr.
background.
Chair, just to answer the question about whether or not Val missed a meeting, there's no way, because it was submitted March 2023, and it was reviewed on April 13th, 2023. So there was only one meeting
Okay,
that she
thank you.
sat
I
on.
just
Just wanted to
didn't want
clarify
that to
that.
be a
Yep.
problem.
The more the merrier. So I think the 3 of us can vote through to hold this for revisions, correct?
So moved.
Well, we'll hold it for more information.
More information, yeah.
And a solution.
Thank you
Okay,
very,
all
very
right,
much, I appreciate it.
So,
Thank
on that
you.
motion, Abby.
Sorry, I'm an aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you,
Have a
Richard.
very nice
Yeah.
holiday. Thank
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you,
you
you
too.
too.
And then, I'm chairing the other one, which is the hardscape driveway apron, and let's, hold that to track.
Yeah, so
And we
that's,
don't need to vote on that.
You don't need to vote.
I'm afraid I have to go.
Yeah, I had to leave a while ago too. So, how about a motion to, no meetings the rest of 2024, happy
I can't
holidays.
believe that.
I know.
2 weeks
2
off.
weeks off?
Our next meeting will be January 7th.
Don't know what to do with myself.
It'll be
feel
a,
like Rip Van Winkle.
Well, I know.
it'll be a new old business hybrid and, Angus?
Good night, everybody.
Motion to adjourn. Happy holidays, you guys.
Angus does have his
Yeah.
hand raised.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, like,
Merry Christmas, you guys.
can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.